This regular meeting of the Judson Board of Trustees is hereby called to order at 5:01 p.m. I am very pleased that you have taken the time to join us this evening. As the Judson Board of Trustees, we are here to set goals and policies and oversee the management of the district. We are responsible for approving budgets, contracts, personnel appointments, and to listen to the two reports from the superintendent. We are not here to make administrative or management decisions pertaining to the daily operations of the district. This is the responsibility of the superintendent. In compliance with the State Government Code on Open Meetings, tonight's agenda has been appropriately posted. This is a meeting in public, not a meeting of the public. As our guest, you are welcome to observe and listen. These proceedings are being video and audio recorded and will become part of Judson's permanent legal record. In order that the tape adequately reflects these proceedings, please silence your mobile devices and refrain from talking while others are speaking. Since it is legally mandated that these proceedings are recorded accurately, I may have to ask for order periodically should I notice that disruptions are interfering with our recording capabilities. Once again, I extend to each of you a sincere welcome from the entire school board. Thank you for your interest in Judson ISD. We have established a quorum, and I will call roll. Okay, you can record your presence. Okay, we have 6 members present, and Ms. Lee is stuck in traffic and will be here shortly. All right. And we are going to move right into our closed session. So the board will now adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussing personnel, the personnel report, and updates including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.076, discussion regarding intruder detection security audits, and pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussion regarding board members' duties, roles, and responsibilities. The time is now 5:03, and we are in closed session. The board will now reconvene in open session. The time is 6:01 p.m. No final action, decision, or vote was taken while the board was in closed session. For the record, Ms. Lee arrived at 5:05. So welcome. We now have a full board here. All right, we are going to move on with our agenda. So if everyone could please rise, Ms. Stanford will lead us in the invocation, and then we'll turn it over for the pledge leader.
Father God, fill us with your wisdom and your grace. Most of all, fill us with your love as we sit together to handle district business. Be with all the staff, the families, and the students of our district as we go through challenging times. Fill each one of them with your peace and the confidence that you work all things for good. In Jesus' name, amen.
Please remain standing for the presentation of the United States colors, presented by the Veterans Memorial High School Army JROTC. Today's color guard is commanded by Cadet First Lieutenant Isabel Cencion, who's carrying the U.S. flag. Front guard for the U.S. flag is Cadet Corporal Soleil Carrera. The Texas flag is being carried by Cadet Corporal Kai Sidley. Rear guard for the Texas flag is Cadet Captain Caitlin Crater. The faculty instructor this evening is Sergeant First Class Karen Hess.
Present arms.
Our pledge leader this evening is Clementine Avalos. Clementine is a fifth grade student at Copperfield Elementary. She is a key member of the morning announcement team where she helps keep the school community informed and energized each morning with important updates and positive messages. Clementine also plays a vital role in Copperfield's brand new photography club. Clementine is known for her kindness and helpful spirit. She welcomes new students, lends a hand wherever needed, and always treats others with respect. When Clementine looks to the future, she dreams of becoming an archaeologist to uncover fossils for museums and make new discoveries. Clementine, if you can come up, thank you for leading us in our pledges.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now for the Texas pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Please remain standing for the moment of silence.
Thank you.
Order. Arms. Ready. Face. Forward. March. Color guard. Halt. Post the colors. Ready. Face. Present. Arms. Order. Arms. Ready. Face. Forward. March. Forward. March.
You may be seated. If we could just give another round of applause to our pledge leader, Ms. Clementine. We do have a certificate for you, so they're going to come up and you're going to meet the board members and our superintendent right in the middle. Thank you, Clementine. And if we can bring back in our Veterans Memorial High School Army JROTC Color Guard this evening. Great job, ladies. Thank you so much. Great job. Thank you so much. Super excited to recognize some of our outstanding students and their coaches and mentors this evening. Our first recognition comes from Judson High School, and we have a cross-country state runner. We are proud to recognize Anastasia Garza, a senior at Judson High School, and she's accompanied by her coach, Coach Gonzalez. Anastasia qualified for the UIL state cross-country meet following 4 exceptional years as a cross-country athlete and long-distance runner in track and field. Anastasia earned her place at the state meet held on Saturday, November 6th. She delivered an outstanding performance, finishing in the top half of more than 150 of the strongest runners in Texas. This season, Anastasia also achieved a remarkable personal milestone by breaking a 9-year-old school record in the 5K, recording a time of 18 minutes, 43.4 seconds. In addition to her athletic excellence, Anastasia is an honor student enrolled in multiple advanced placement courses and is a dedicated member of the Judson High School Mariachi. Her parents, Liza and David Garza, proudly celebrate her accomplishments, and we do too. Thank you so much for representing Judson ISD with pride. And next, we would like to recognize some of our all-state jazz band students. We are honored to congratulate 2 Judson ISD students for earning first chair placements in the distinguished TMEA All-State Jazz Ensemble 1, representing both Judson High School and Wagner High School. From Judson High School, drum set, Joshua De Leon. Joshua is accompanied by and supported by all these wonderful people: Jose Garcia, the jazz band director, Megan Trevino, David Hochstetter, and Brianna De Leon. Okay. If you could stay up here just off to the side, I'd like to get a picture of both of the jazz band. All right, now from Wagner High School, bass guitar, we have Fabian Salazar. Congratulations, Fabian. He is accompanied by jazz band director Raul Cisneros and Raul Perez. Okay, I'm going to ask Judson High School to come back up, and I want to talk just a little bit more about, go ahead, guys. I want to talk just a little bit more about these accomplishments. Thousands of students across the 33 TMEA regions participated in the jazz audition process, from El Paso to Houston and from Amarillo to Brownsville. Fabian and Joshua competed against elite student musicians from across the state. Their commitment and dedication allowed them to rise to the top in the most rigorous jazz audition processes in the state of Texas for high school students. Fabian marks a historic milestone as Wagner High School's first all-state jazz musician in its 20-year history. And Joshua cements his name in Judson High School history as the campus's second all-star jazz musician. Judson ISD celebrates these remarkable students, their dedication to their craft, and the directors who guide and support their growth. We look forward to cheering them on as they perform at the 2026 TMEA convention this February. Congratulations.
Oh, perfect. That's great. Excellent. On your tippy toes, baby. And 1, 2, 3.
Thank you so much. And we have one more recognition this evening. We have our Community Connections Award. The Judson ISD Community Connections Award honors a community partner that significantly impacts the school community through their dedication, collaboration, and innovation. We are pleased to have members of Greater Randolph Area Partners in Education Foundation with us this evening. Please join me in welcoming Dan Murphy, Mike Isabel, and David Sipple. Since 1996, this incredible organization has been committed to supporting Judson ISD families. Each year, they provide between $15,000 and $20,000 to ensure our students have access to clothing and essential items. There has never been a time when these partners have failed to step up for our families in need. Whenever one of our families faces an unexpected hardship or emergency, the Greater Randolph Area Partners in Education Foundation responds without hesitation, providing support that makes a real difference. Through their generosity, they've made a meaningful difference for so many Judson ISD students and families. It is a privilege to present the Community Connections Award to the Greater Randolph Area Partners in Education Foundation. Please join me in celebrating them again. concludes our recognitions.
All right, next thing on our agenda is the public comment period. So this is the time that for citizens, staff, or students to provide their comments to the board. A meeting that is open to the public under the Act is one that the public is entitled to attend. However, the Act does not give the public a right to speak at such public meetings, except to address their grievances through proper channels. As a courtesy to the public, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees allows time for public comment. Statements and questions from the audience will not be permitted during other portions of the meeting. So please sign up for public audience if you have comments to present. To have your comments heard tonight, your name and the topic of your comments must be written on the sign-in sheet prior to the start of the open meeting, which is located in the rear of the meeting room. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes to complete his or her remarks. As the presiding officer, I will strictly enforce that time limit. Also, profanity, yelling, inappropriate, uncivil, or discriminatory comments will not be permitted. In accordance with Judson ISD Board Policy, BED Local, in the event your comment, in my judgment as the presiding officer, constitutes a complaint or charge against an employee or officer, it will be necessary for me to interrupt you, ask you to stop, and direct you to seek resolution of your complaint through the district's appropriate formal grievance policy, DGBA for employee complaints, FNG for student or parent complaints, or GF for public complaints. By law, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees cannot lawfully discuss, deliberate, make comments, or make a decision on any matter raised in the public comment period, which is not specifically listed on the board agenda for this meeting. If you have any handouts to distribute to the board, please hand them to the secretary to the Board of Trustees next to the podium. With those cautions in mind, we will now hear general comments. Okay. I have first up is Megan Farley, and on deck will be Carolina Mencia.
Good evening. I'm going to get straight to the point. TEA report card ratings must be part of any discussion about school closures. They are the metric the state uses to judge us, the data parents use to choose schools, and the information this district uses when reporting progress. We cannot claim to put students first while ignoring the very data that defines student success. And when you actually look at those ratings, the idea of closing Franz Leadership Academy makes absolutely no sense. Franz is ranked third in the entire district, third. A campus serving high-need students is outperforming schools with far fewer challenges. And we do not use our Title I status as an excuse not to succeed. And let's look at that report card. Franz earned an 87, a strong B, just 3 points from an A. This district is a D. You are considering closing one of the highest performing schools in a D-rated district. And here's a fact most people don't know. Because we are a smaller school, every single student counts more in a TEA formula. Our scores are not padded, our rating is harder to earn, and we still achieved that 87. How is it fair to take children from a B campus and send them to a C and D school? There's no room at the A campus, so their only options are campuses that perform lower than Franz. Why move children backwards when Franz is clearly moving them forward? Explain to me how that puts students first. Explain how that benefits my children. Explain how that improves district performance. It doesn't. Families can choose Franz, and they do. Just this year, we have added another first grade class, an additional third grade class, and we need an additional second grade class. Instead of closing us, strengthen us, help us grow. Franz isn't at risk because of failure. We're at risk because of boundary map that hasn't been updated in several years. Updating outdated attendance boundaries could increase our enrollment. If you redrew the lines, our enrollment would rise immediately. Assign the 2 new Pat Booker apartments to Franz. Give us the enrollment we've been asking for and watch what we do with it. Franz is not a problem. Franz is one of the few campuses holding this district up academically. We lift your rating. We model leadership. We succeed with students who need the most support, and we succeed at the top of the district. Shutting down a top-ranked school is not strategic planning. It's not putting students first. And after break, SAISD leadership will once again use our campus as a model for their Fellows program. And we want to extend the invitation to you, the board. Come to Franz, come see what we see, come see what they are going to see, come watch leadership in action. Because if TEA scores were the Olympics, Franz Leadership Academy would be standing on the podium. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Farley. All right, next up is Carolina Mancia, and Mike Spiro, you are on deck.
Good to start? Okay. Yeah, okay. Good evening, President, trustees, superintendent, and members of the Judson community. My name is Carolina Mancia, and I want to begin by thanking everyone who participated in this past election. No matter how anyone voted, showing up and engaging in the process matters. As chair of the Together for Judson Schools PAC, I am here tonight to speak honestly about the outcome of what the Vader means for our district moving forward. The result of this election carries real consequences. Because the Vader did not pass, Judson ISD now faces a significant loss in potential revenue that would have supported programs, staffing, and services our students rely on every single day. This is not a scare tactic, it is our financial reality. State funding has not kept pace with inflation, operational costs continue to rise, and districts across Texas are being stretched thin. Judson has worked hard to protect classrooms and employees despite those challenges, but without the additional funding the Vader would have brought, the district will now have to make very difficult decisions. These decisions may include reductions in staffing because employees make up the largest part of the budget. They may include cuts to programs that have defined Judson's identity, programs like JECA, JSTEM, dual credit, fine arts, and athletics. They may even include school closures in the future. These are not extra programs or facilities. They are opportunities that help students succeed, stay engaged, and build their futures. So when our community begins to see schools close, staff cuts, program reductions, or the loss of opportunities that once set Judson apart, I ask everyone to remember this moment. Remember the Vader and the good it would have done, because those outcomes aren't rooted in fear. They're rooted in math. And the reality is that our district is trying to navigate without additional revenue. It's also important to say this clearly. These challenges are not the product of mismanagement. Judson ISD has consistently prioritized students and staff, giving raises to stay competitive and protect the quality of education our families expect. But no district can continue absorbing rising costs without additional support. Even though this is not the result we hope for, our next steps matter. Our district is filled with people who show up for kids every day, and now our community must show up for them. We must stay informed, stay engaged, and support Judson ISD through these adjustments ahead. Judson has always been known for its pride, resilience, and heart. That spirit does not change tonight. What changes is the urgency with which we must work together to protect what we can and continue advocating for what our students deserve. Thank you for your time and for your continued commitment to the Judson community.
Thank you, Ms. Mancia. All right, next up is Mike Spiro, and on deck will be Crystal Rector.
Good evening. I'm speaking tonight because community trust depends on clarity, especially around how meetings are posted and how district business is handled. At the November 17 Growth and Planning meeting, 5 trustees were present and district matters like school capacity evaluation were discussed. Many community members were confused, especially because the Board of Trustees meeting held earlier that evening did not indicate on its agenda that trustees would also be attending or participating in the committee meeting afterwards. For clarity, under the Texas Open Meetings Act, a Board of Trustees meeting must be posted at least 72 hours in advance, must state if a quorum may be present, and must list the specific subjects of district business that may be discussed, and comments must be approved by the board. A committee meeting is separate and does not automatically function as a board meeting unless the board posts it that way. Because the committee meeting was posted as a board meeting, wasn't posted as a board meeting, and the earlier board agenda didn't mention trustee attendance at the committee meeting, many families left unsure whether proper notice had been given, and that uncertainty impacts public trust. So for the sake of transparency and rebuilding that trust, I'd like to ask, Was the committee meeting intended to involve board-level discussion? And if so, can the board explain why it was posted only as a committee meeting and not identified on the earlier board agenda? 2, and could the board clarify the comment that trust needed to be earned so the community can better understand your intent? I ask because the comment raises concerns regarding compliance with expected trustee conduct required under multiple TEC and TEA codes. My goal is not conflict, it's clarity, consistency, and a stronger relationship between the board and the community, I heard this comment tonight, and I wholeheartedly agree with it, whose first thoughts should be how our decisions impact our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spiro. All right, next up is Crystal Rector, and on deck is Dominique Anderson.
Good evening, members of the board, superintendent, and community. I want to preface this with the fact that my daughter strongly encouraged me to come up here and leave this feedback. She really thinks that it's really important that everyone hears this. So my name is Crystal. I'm a parent and community member of Judson ISD for the past 11 years or more. I work in human resources, where developing effective leaders is a central part of my job. Because of that background, I pay close attention to leadership behaviors, communication styles, and the impact it has on the organizational culture. This week, I attended an educational HR leadership conference where we discussed how leaders should energize their team, strengthen retention, and create environments where people feel valued and want to stay and grow. That got me thinking and reflecting on our district's leadership, specifically on this board. I believe that our district deserves leadership that strengthens and unites the district, and I'm not convinced that the leadership exists in its current form. Over time, I've observed a pattern of behavior that feels more dismissive than collaborative, and more controlling than supportive. In public meetings, I've seen community members and staff addressed in ways that shut down dialogue. And just this week, when community members raised concerns to our board president that she disagreed with, her response was to walk away rather than to engage. That sent a message to me as a fellow community member that whether intended or not, the public voices are not valued, not if you're in disagreement. One could argue that she shouldn't have to stand there and debate back and forth, but there were many professional ways to disengage, and what I witnessed was not one of them. The role of the board president requires strong soft skills, emotional intelligence, active listening, and ability to navigate disagreement respectfully. Based on what I've observed, those skills are still developing, and the current board president may not have been fully prepared for the interpersonal demands of this role. When leadership discourages open conversation and creates an atmosphere of tension and fear, it becomes harder for administrators to do their jobs and harder for the public to trust the process. Madam President, you can choose to view my comments as criticism or as feedback. My intent is feedback. Feedback that encourages self-awareness and growth. I hope you remain open to development and use your strengths and influence to create positive change. To the entire board, I ask that you reflect on whether the current leadership structure is truly serving the best interests of our students, staff, and community. Judson ISD needs a board president who listens, collaborates, and leads with respect. The community is losing trust in both the board and the administration. But as with any community, they will look towards the leaders to be held accountable. Finally, as a parent, I am tired and frustrated of the disrespect and personal attacks. There is no Team Monica. There is no Team Jose. There is one Judson ISD board, and the community is depending on all of you to remember that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rector. All right, up next is Dominique Anderson, and on deck is Mr. Willis.
Well, kudos to your speech, ma'am. Let me say this. Can we all, Dr. Fields, if you don't mind standing up, and let's just give you a round of applause for the job well done that you have endured. Let's just give him a round of applause. Let's just give him a round of applause. So I'm going to follow a very tough act because I was not prepared to hear that before I spoke. Let me say this. I think it's time for a board reorganization. I think it's time that we reorg this board. Madam President, your actions have been far from, they're not kind. They're not kind to the community. I have seen your comments on Facebook. I have seen how you respond to people, and it is very disheartening as a former alumni, as a former student, as a taxpayer to this district. I believe that Judson ISD deserves better. These students deserve better These teachers, these staff deserves better. Cutting schools is not the answer. I understand, Madam President, from my lenses, you want a quick fix to cut down things, to make things better. What's going to make that happen is that we have a solid board that works together. And Dr. Phil should not be taking a beating every single time. Neither should Jose should be taking a beating every single time. I'm sick and tired of hearing, stop doing this, stop doing that. There's a way to conduct things orderly. There's a way that a president should be operating. Ma'am, I am not sure if you are for the job. I am not sure if you are for this community. I am not sure if the board needs you to lead the helm. I don't know how you sleep at night, because if I were in your position and if I were making the choices that you were making, I would not be sleeping. You have a quorum of board members that try to support you, but they can't support you if you close them down. If I keep my hand closed, how can I receive? If I open up my hand, I can receive, but I also have to hear. I also have to hear here, and I also have to hear here. Have a heart for your board members, for the superintendents that serve, that try to help you. They are in this together. Are you in this with them, or is this just the Madam President show? Your politics have to stop. Let's do this and be together. And if not, let us know so we can reorg the board and we can get better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. All right, and last up is Mr. Willis.
Well, hello. Long week for me. Trying to get over a little pneumonia here, but it's tough. Long week. It's been a long, long week. But anyway, guys, I got to be direct with you. I'm usually very happy and I'm very nice and I want to engage with everybody, but I have to follow along with what he's talking about. Number one, we're in a massive financial crisis. This community voted. This is the bed they made. Now we must lie in it. But this bed needs to have a CFO in it, please. Either temporary, interim, but not in acting. Or even best, a permanent one. The financial review meetings that we're having, we had one 2 weeks ago, it was an hour, and it was a lot of feelings. That's not me. I'm a guy that rolls up his sleeves and gets to work. That's why I work 12 to 15-hour days. I want numbers. I want to be there on a Saturday at 8 o'clock, and I don't want to go home till it's done. I want to have a framework to give to you guys that is thought out with the numbers crunched and the rest of it, with all those hard choices that we all have to make or suggest that you have to vote on to get us through this. There's no room of gold in the back there that's going to open up and it's going to make everything all better. So we got to do what we got to do. There are too many distractions from that right now. Getting rid of Dr. Fields, love him or hate him, give him who he wants to work with to get this done. If you dislike him, then you're giving him the rope to hang himself with. If you like him, then you're giving him the tools that he might need to succeed. But in the end, I'd like to talk a little bit about leadership, at least how I've tried to be a leader in places that I've been through. A great leader, and I know 2 or 3 great leaders in my life, and these are people that can walk in a room of people that they know and convince them without convincing them or telling them to go this direction, and they make them feel like it's their idea. When you get the people here, here, and here convinced that they came up with the idea to go that way, that's when we're going to be successful. And that's what leadership really and truly is. It's not the loud, direct guy like me. It's other people that are much more subtle, as our HR, can't remember her name, spoke of. But guys, we got to quit. No more getting rid of Fields. No more let's fight about the CFO. No more let's reorganize the board. Let's all put it down and remember that we're here for one thing and one thing only. We're here to help children, not to protect our departments, our jobs, or anything else. We're all here to do one thing, and that's to make the students and children in Judson ISD better and more prepared to take on the world. So I want to thank you for listening to me for this time, and you guys actually upset me with what happened last week. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Willis. All right, that wraps up the public comment. So we will move on to paragraph 5, which was from our closed session. Do I have a motion on the personnel report?
I move that we approve the personnel report and updates as discussed in closed session.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Canoyer, a second by Ms. Stanford. If there's no discussion, we will proceed to vote. All right, go ahead and cast your vote. All right, motion passes 7-0. All right, we're going to move on to paragraph 6 and a whole lot of superintendent reports. All yours,
ma'am.
Dr. Fields.
Yes, ma'am. First on the agenda is our monthly construction report. Mr. Brooks, if you could briefly go through that.
Yes, sir, thank you. Just two things. We did have our growth and planning meeting, as was mentioned earlier, on this past Monday. And one of the things that came out of it was the capacities of campuses. And so just want to report about that in the future as we present capacities, that we will be looking at both functional and max capacities together. And then from that, coming up with a framework of how we will staff schools and, how we will go about making sure that schools are being utilized in the most efficient way. Also, wanted to talk about the Bond Oversight Committee meeting that we just had last night. One of the major things that came out of that is any project that we currently have going on that will require any type of modifications as far as classrooms in our schools, we're pausing those particular projects at this point, given our situation right now. As we evaluate campuses and the possibility of campus consolidations, we don't want to make any major changes to campuses until we know the exact direction that we're going. And then also one particular project that we've paused is the NOC over on at where JTech currently resides. We have paused that project, again, in an effort to be prudent about what we're going to be doing moving forward. We do still need a NOC, but we'll have to relocate that in some other location within our district. But we just want to make sure that the community knows that we are aware of different things happening on campuses. Most of those things are bond related, and when we have a bond, we have to do projects that the bond call for. But only time we will continue with the project if it's something that we feel needs to still be done, even if we are considering a consolidation like roofs or HVAC or those types of things where we will repurpose a building but still use it. We will still move forward with those types of projects. Other than that, everything else, you have the report. I stand ready to answer any questions.
All right, any questions from board members on the construction report? See any down that way? Go ahead, Ms. Stanford.
I'm not sure if this is where it fits, though, but I was asked to follow up on the Wagner baseball fields, the update to UIL.
Yes, ma'am. So last year, we did a temporary fix of the wall of the baseball field. In talking with the facility planners, the executive director, he says that the field itself is appropriate to play on. We will be coming back to, and the temporary fix that we did on the wall has a warranty, so there is a piece of it that we have to come back and fix. But the permanent fix of the baseball field, we have to wait and ensure that all of the projects under the bond, that the 22 bond, we feel that we've gotten efficiently completed before we can start pulling money from and asking permission to pull from unallocated interest or anything like that to then go and address the baseball field from a permanent standpoint. So right now, the field can be played on per UIL standards. We are working on the wall to get that taken care of with a plan once we've gotten all of the bond projects either done or we feel we have enough money left that we will be able to get all of those done. We'll then be able to talk about the unallocated interest and whether we can pull from that in order to deal with the baseball field on a permanent basis.
And how much is that going to cost, the
I don't have that number right now, ma'am. We would have to go out for bid, and they'd have to, inspect it to see what the scope of work would entail.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
Okay, any other questions on the construction report? Okay, thank you, Mr. Brooks.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead,
Next
Doc.
up is the intruder detection security audit. And due to the nature of the feedback on those, I think we went over that in closed session, so we should be fine. And next is the staffing and vacancy report. We stand ready for any questions you may have. I really wanted Dr. Taganar, Ms. Davis to speak briefly to attempts we're making right now in an effort to reduce our budget for staffing this year in relation to the staffing and vacancy report.
Okay, yes, sir. One of the things that we have started recently, well, this year specifically, is taking a look at all of our vacancies as people attrit their position. We just recently closed a total of 84 positions from people that have just left the school district, and we've made the decision to not fill them, and that's for a total of
4.3.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
$4.4 million. We contacted, as a cabinet, we contacted the principals of the campuses, and we inquired, how is it that they're handling right now the loss of that position? Because we want to make sure that we're still able to continue operational efficiency. If it was a vacancy for a department, we contacted the cabinet member or the supervisor to make sure that we're still able to function, but yet consider both effectiveness and efficiency. So those were just some of the changes that we're doing now, really to implement our financial solvency plan.
Anything to add, Dr. Taglo?
No.
Okay. I just wanted the board to hear that part, but I wanted you to be comfortable in that we are really evaluating every position. Now, in terms of the positions that are one deep in classrooms that we really need, we're going to move forward with those. But for ones that we can consolidate and decrease, we want to do this in a dignified way where it's least disruption to the district as possible. So I just wanted to assure the board that we're already in the process of trying to get that done. Next up is the Judson Education Foundation. So our Director of Communications, Ms. Lexi Greathouse, will come up and give, who also stands as our liaison for the Judson Education Foundation, give an update on the quarterly report. Lexi.
Thank you, Dr. Fields. Good evening, everyone. We have presented our third quarter report to you guys in your packets. The biggest things that we want to point out is our district initiatives, teacher grants, and student scholarships that we will be giving for the end of this year, total amount of $167,000. And then this last quarter, we had our Partners in Excellence reception and our e-give that we are so thankful for the participation of our employees. We had an 81% increase from 2024, which is outstanding. So thank you to the support of all of our staff members. And then coming up soon, in 2 weeks, we have our Purse Bingo on December 4th. So we hope everyone can join us at our Purse Bingo, an inaugural event. And that is what we have going on in the Judson Education Foundation. And if anyone has any questions, I am here to answer those.
All right, any questions from my colleagues? I know we get to see so much of what you do, so thank you for always inviting the board to all of the things Jeff has going on so that everybody can be part of that magic. Go ahead, Ms. Meyer.
I don't-
figured, yeah.
As one of the liaisons to Jeff Foundation, I just want to say thank you to all the volunteers and those who are part of the board of directors for the foundation. They put in a lot of work on their own time, and a lot of money comes to us from all those partners as well. And I truly appreciate everything they do and make things possible. But this purse bingo is going to be a lot of fun, designer purses, folks. And if you're a male out there, you don't have to come to win a purse unless you want it for your lovely lady, daughter, wife, son, cousin, aunt, whoever. Me? No, just kidding. But please, this is our first time doing this. We want it to be a great success, so I hope you'll join us. I'll be there working.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, guys.
All
Thank
right,
you.
thanks, Ms. Greathouse.
All right,
All right.
next on the list is targeted improvement plans for Escondido, Judson, Pashal, Converse, and Kirby STEM.
Yeah,
I'd
I know
ask,
we postponed this one, so I think the board members, you guys have had these for a couple months now, too. So if you want to go through them real quick.
Oh, no,
If you
no,
guys
it'll
have
be-
any
yeah.
questions, feel free to jump in, but.
What would you like me to do?
No. I want to
a-
say we appreciate the extra time that we had to go over these, so, and so.
It's imperative that we brief this in the meeting to the board.
I'm going
that
to be
way.
Vanna White.
Yes,
Dr.
ma'am.
Duhart-Toppin is going to start us off, and I'll pull up the slides.
Okay.
There you go.
Thank you, Dr. Fields. We are going to go through this quickly. I've been told several times today to make it quick.
Who told you that?
I don't know. But I do want to reiterate, I want to thank all of our principals that are in the audience on this evening and your teams for all the hard work that you have done over the last 6 months. It feels like 6 months. It's almost 6 months to make sure that we get to where we need to be at the end of this year. I do want to also reiterate and remind the board that these targeted improvement plans came as a result of getting 3 years worth of TEA ratings on campuses in a matter of 4 months. And so some of the campuses, they hadn't been in this position before, but when you withhold scores for 3 years or you withhold ratings for 3 years, then it'll all come piling up at the end. So these targeted improvement plans, as a quick overview, these are based on the Effective Schools Framework. If you were with us last couple of months ago, we talked about this, I think in October, with our turnaround plans for the 4 campuses that are doing our turnaround plans. So the Effective Schools Framework is the packet that we gave y'all, I think, during that particular presentation that talks about establishing clear roles, systems, responsibilities, structures, and a mission and a vision, and all in the effort to increase student achievement. For a campus to fall into targeted improvement, they either had to have unaccepted academic ratings, which is an F rating, on the campus for performance, or they got 3 Ds consecutively in 3 years in a row. Also, there is a federal label that can go on a campus for comprehensive support and improvement for the groups of students that fall into domain 3, which is looking at closing the gaps. And you're looking at your EcoDis students. You're also looking at your race and ethnicity groups, and you're also looking at what the state is now calling our focus groups, and that includes your special education, your EBs, your emergent bilingual students, and your students that fall in like foster care, migrant, those students, they're now into one big group, and you got to have a minimum number of 10 in order for them to form in that group. And then you're looking at closing the performance of those students in comparison to their peers. Also, the campuses have to conduct, and they do this every year anyway, they have to do a needs assessment. When we do our campus improvement plans, they have to create one of those. They have to solicit feedback from their campus stakeholders, but also their community members, and also from parents, community business people in the community. They have to present that. They have to choose strategies that they're going to commit to and implement on their campus, and then those strategies have to have action steps. And the last thing is what we're doing on this evening before we submit these plans to TEA is getting board approval for those plans. Each of the implementations for these campuses started in June when we start receiving the first round of reports and where our ratings were, and they will conclude in August of 2026. So the plan is to make sure that the campuses create a plan that aligns to the 5 levers that are on the Effective Schools Framework, implement that plan, implement those strategies, monitor the effectiveness of it, and then to bring their campus out of this targeted improvement plan label by the end of the school year this year. So if you look on the screen, you will see the campuses that were identified. In Judson ISD, we have 5 that we're having to turn in targeted improvement plans. You will see what their state rating is. You will see what their state unacceptable rating count is, and you can see that each of these campuses, this was their first time to be in an unacceptable count. And then again, as we were talking about the federal support label, that is identifying the campuses that are in comprehensive support, which means that those campuses performed in the lowest 5% of the state for their school category, their school type. If they're in targeted support as a federal label, that means that they have had 3 consecutive years that one student group in that closing the gap, that student group has not performed where they needed to perform for 3 years in a row. And then you have additional targeted support. This is a student group in that closing gaps, which is domain 3. That student group has performed at or below the 5% threshold. And then your not identified are campuses that when we got those 3 years of ratings back to back, they ended up from 23, 24, 25, had a consecutive count of either a D or an F. So one of the things that we're looking at is also talking about capacity building, and that means that we have multiple touch points with those campuses. We have extra meetings with them. We also receive direct support from our regional center, Region 20, in order to implement their TIP. We have been walking with Region 20. We have been walking with TEA, making sure that what we're expecting to see on those campuses is actually happening. We also have formed partnerships with Great Minds, also with Carnegie Learning and Solution Tree. Great Minds is for Carnegie Math. Great Minds is for math K through 5 Bluebonnet. Carnegie Learning is for math through Algebra 1. And then 6 through 8 through Algebra 1.
Also Bluebonnet?
Also Bluebonnet.
Yes, ma'am.
And then Solution Tree is for our principals, also looking at how they are implementing PLCs and how they're implementing collaborative planning and what are they doing to monitor the effectiveness of those things on their campuses. Both Dr. Saunders and I have had experience, whether you call it luck or not. We have both been in the position of having to turn around campuses and have done that successfully. So we are spending the majority of our time, 50% of our workday, or if not more, are spent working with principals and working with their teams and making sure that we are seeing the implementation of their targeted improvement plan in real live time. Also, we have been working with Denise Orozco, which is our maestro when it comes to looking at data and drilling all the way down to especially the closing of the gaps in those student groups that we're looking at. That we have also increased the use of our Bluebonnet. I am proud to say we are aligned in math from K all the way up through 9th grade. We're using one product, which is Bluebonnet, and we're making sure that that is being implemented at every grade level all the way through 9th grade. We have weekly PLCs, and PLCs is not just looking at student performance, but it's also looking at about how the instruction is delivered in the classroom and making sure that kids are getting quality delivery of instruction in every single classroom and making sure that all the teachers are on the same page. We have done a lot of work and have received compliments on the work that we have done with lesson internalization from both Region 20 and from TEA about what our teachers are doing to make sure that they understand what needs to be taught and how to make sure that they are monitoring that our students are learning what they're supposed to be learning. And then with Denise, the campuses themselves have had personal visits from Denise Orozco out of our accountability department, making sure that they understand what they need to do specifically in their goals to make sure that we are going to meet those component cut points for Domain 3, which is closing the gaps in order to move their campus toward meeting their goals and coming out of targeted improvement plan. Our goal is to make sure that at the end of the school year, these 5 schools are out and that they stay out. Our timeline, we have to submit our tips. They're ready. Denise is just waiting for y'all to vote tonight so we can submit them to TEA before tomorrow. We have to submit them before tomorrow, but we also will not get notified from TEA until January the 23rd. We are hoping that we're going to get notified way before then. If we have to resubmit, we're not planning on resubmitting anything, but if we have to, we have until March the 24th to submit these plans. And then on April the 8th is the deadline that TEA has set to make the final decision whether or not they will accept or reject the plan if we have to resubmit. Our strategy has been very clear. Bluebonnet for math, K through 9th grade, making sure that we're doing professional development on a continual basis, whether it's at the campus level or we're bringing them together at the district level for our content coordinators and our individual math coaching. I appreciate that the board put money to the fact that we were asking for to pay for that intensive boots-on-the-ground coaching for math and Blue Bonnet through Great Minds and Carnegie Learning, and we're seeing the benefits of that. And then focusing on strengthening our professional learning communities at every campus, that we are working together and doing a collaborative approach to turning around school data. That is all we have to present on this evening. I didn't time myself, but I'm sure it was quicker than I normally am. And we're open for questions.
That was like Goldilocks, like just right? Not too hot, not too cold.
Don't get used to it.
Perfect amount of time. Dr. Toppin, I love it. So, all right, I'm gonna look up and down the dais. Any questions, comments? You have questions, Laura? Go ahead.
I would just like to hear from y'all. You've been spending most of your time in the classrooms.
Yes, ma'am.
So share some of what you're seeing, what's going on with the teachers, what's going on with the students. What are you, share with us some of your experiences there.
Can I
How's it
say
looking?
something before she starts? Before she gets into the specificity, I want to say that one of the TEA representatives have been doing a lot of walkthroughs as well as Region 20. And one of the things that, and I'm saying this because they're not going to say it the way that I am. One of the things that all of the campuses in the district have been focusing on is internalization. Thinking about the lesson, being able to anticipate what the students' questions are going to be, how to respond to that, and what questions you need to add to ensure that they're truly understanding. And one of the other things that they're doing to strengthen as well is, I would say that you've increased your walkthroughs as well. At least that's the feedback I'm getting from a lot of teachers. But with internalization, when I speak to the TEA representative, and I speak to the Region 20 representatives, they've done so well in this that they're trying to open up Judson ISD for surrounding districts to come over and go inside the classes and witness how the elementary staff is truly incorporating this internalization piece. So I just wanted to say publicly, thank you, guys.
Wow. That's amazing.
Now you can talk about the specifics.
So in this season of thanks, the CNI department, and I think I can speak on behalf of everyone here, we would like to thank the teachers, administrators, everyone at the campus level for everything that has happened from the first day of school to where we are now. We have come full circle with the amazing things that are happening in the classroom.
Great.
We met with a TEA person today regarding Converse, and she started by saying, Denise, and if I get this wrong, please help me. She started by saying, I could feel it the moment I stepped on the campus. Whatever that it is, they have it going on. And when someone who doesn't live here is able to step on the campus and say that, it warms your heart. I was sharing with Dr. Fields a couple of weeks ago, it is so powerful to go from, let's just take first grade, for example. 4 first grade classrooms, and we're spending about 15 minutes in each classroom. It is so remarkable to see an entire math block sequentially laid out in 4 different classrooms in 15-minute increments. So you go in one classroom and you see fluency. You go into the very next classroom and you see the application problem. You go into the very next classroom and you see concept development. You can tell that these teachers are taking the work seriously. You can tell that administration has carved out the time for them to work on their craft and internalize the lessons. I can tell you right now, we are firing on all cylinders. It is incredibly impressive. The conversations we have with teachers and administrators right now is October to February is the heavy lift. We cannot let up, because the reality is once we get knee deep into February, at that point, we're tweaking as we lead up to STAR. So it's incredible to say this is the time we have. We have to strike while the iron is hot. And then for that to really happen is remarkable. So hats off to all campus staff. It's incredibly rewarding going into the Thanksgiving break, knowing that we have left it all on the field right now, and we're coming back in next week after next, ready to hit it again. So thank you to everyone. We appreciate it.
Yes. It has been wonderful to dress down and just go to campuses and sometimes sneak into classrooms and they don't know that I'm there. But it has been We were worried a little bit at secondary because, secondary teachers are a little prima donnas. I can say that because I was one. And so, you become the master of your craft. You have a degree in the subject. And so sometimes it's a little difficult to get people to accept that, maybe you can do it a little bit better. Maybe you can change this and change that. I will say that in sitting in the collaborative planning sessions and sitting in PLC and being able to witness teachers talk about their craft and talk about what they're expecting to see is something that I've been dreaming long and about. I had it on my campuses, but it's very different when you leave your campus and come to district office and go walking 30 campuses. And so being able to see that starting to birth across the district and teachers being more confident, especially our young teachers that are just now getting into the field, being able to speak, with conviction about what they're doing and what they're not doing, but also seeing barriers come down because sometimes, you don't want to admit what you don't know because you're surrounded by, sometimes at some of our campuses, we have very veteran staff that have been teaching for, 20 years and I'm the baby and I don't want to say anything in professional learning meetings because I don't want anybody to, point out that I don't know what I'm talking about. But it's kind of leveling the playing field and everybody's coming to it, talking with the same content vocabulary, being able to talk about what they should be seeing. And then the lesson internalization is something that we used to do for those of us that have been in the field for quite some time. It was something we just did automatically, but somewhere along the way, the pendulum swung the other way and we stopped doing it. It wasn't, I remember writing 10-page lesson plans when I was going to college, and that's not what is being required now. But being able to see teachers really looking at what they're getting ready to put in front of students from the student's point of view and making sure they're considering the misconceptions that a kid may have and how are we going to answer that? Or if they're not getting it, how are we going to teach it a different way? So all of those things have been really, really, I know I'm talking too much, but really exciting to see. I see my colleagues. I can talk about teaching all day. Really exciting to see on campuses. And it's a testament to the work that our principals are doing, our assistant principals are doing, and as well as our academic trainers with supporting that work. And my hat goes off to all of them.
All right, additional questions, Ms. Stanford?
No, I just wanted to hear from a bird's eye view what y'all doing.
Ms. Petit? No?
I just want to say one quick thing.
Go ahead.
I just want to say that I am very excited to see you guys excited. It's a good thing to see. So thank you for everything you guys are doing, and thank you for all of the staff on campuses and what you guys are accomplishing right now. It's appreciated, and I know that those kids and those parents absolutely adore you guys, even if sometimes they may not show that. So just again, thank you.
And I think both those segues into, let's get together after the Thanksgiving break because boardwalks are something that are really, really important to this board. And maybe it doesn't even have to be as formal as a boardwalk. It's more of shadow of one of those two for an hour and a half, right? Because we are genuinely interested in we see slides, but seeing it in action, right? And we roll into your school, we're not there to score you, evaluate you, right? We just want to understand what this looks like every single day. Like one of the tenets of leadership task B is we spend 2 full days wherever we go in schools, in classrooms, because that's what board members need to see. They need to see what is going on because then it all kind of makes sense. So if we can figure out a way, because we don't want to be intrusive on your campuses. Don't get the drum line out. Don't stop what you're doing, right? Like we just want to peek in on the magic just so we understand. And if a lesson's going bad, that's okay. If a lesson's going good, that's okay, right? We want to be part of what you're doing and be there to support you guys. And I think it'll make when we make decisions and vote on things, it just makes a lot more sense if you've seen it actually going on in the schools. So let's work out how we can do that without being intrusive.
We're usually out
in the thing.
every Monday. We can get with the board and we'll send out invitations to see who wants to go on which days. And then we'll let you know which campuses we're going to be at on those Mondays.
Yeah, because that excitement will be contagious, right?
It is, and I hate to say what I'm getting ready to say, but I want to reset expectations. We're not everywhere in the district where we want to be.
Right.
So for people watching and they hear us excited about what's going on, we are, and we're loving what we're seeing. But to take the impression that we've arrived, we don't think so. We know we haven't in some places, and we're trying to deal with that as well. So I just want to be straightforward with the board. in
But
moving
you have to
forward.
celebrate the small wins.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm excited too. So, but
And we're reasonable. If we roll in and it's not going great somewhere, we are too. I hope that we're all grown-ups enough to know that this is a process, right? And that we're working hard and we want to see it all, soup to nuts. Don't just
Yes,
show
ma'am.
us one model classroom, right? We want to see what the real life in classrooms is like. So
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
excited we'll work that out when we get back from
Got it.
Thanksgiving. So, all right, this end of the dais. Mr. Macias, go ahead.
Kudos for your team and the efforts that we're doing. I've kind of put it out there in the media and all over the world that we're going to be a B district next year. So I still feel pretty powerful about that
Yes, sir.
initiative. But as you stated, you kind of also addressed a point I was going to make about that there's still some holes that we're trying to fix, and certainly would be interested again in having the administration come back and say, this is what we need in order to maintain. Obviously, we're going to be talking about some cuts and all that kind of things, and so I'll be very sensitive, because at the end of the day, we're here to ensure student success. So, and I'm still confident, and Ms. Stanford, I owe her this for saying that we can be a B district next year. And obviously, we need to keep that momentum going for that.
Yes, sir.
I would also say, too, that I've been visiting campuses for a long time. So whenever they know we're coming, they prepare things. So I don't know how advantageous it would be to come in, and I mean, it's human nature. Board members are coming, everything changes. So there is never going to be a pop-up, right? So just to diminish what their expectation is going to be when we go there. It's all choreographed by, not to say it's all fake, but
Right.
the thing is, there is definitely some raised level of activities happening when we're on campus. So I commend you for the efforts. Thank you. Thank you. Let's continue forward.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Anything else on those? Oh, go ahead, Ms. Stanford.
I just want to echo what Ms. Petit said, because it really is exciting to see you guys excited, and that was partly why I asked y'all to share what you're seeing and what's happening on the ground, because I like to hear it from your actual hands-on experience, and that's encouraging to us, and everybody else that's hearing how it's going from your perspective, so thank you.
All right, let's move on to your
Yes, ma'am.
last report. Those been waiting patiently.
Our last report is something that we've been waiting on as well. This is Whitley Penn, and Selena will come up and give us the outbrief for the annual financial audit. Thank you so much for coming down tonight, ma'am.
You're welcome, Dr. Fields, President Ryan, members of the board. Thank you for having me here tonight. We'll take you through the 2025 audit process, and we'll start with the planning and risk assessment that we were really engaged July 31st, 2025. We had a kickoff meeting shortly thereafter, and then planned our interim field work in the August timeframe. I want to thank your management team, Karen Ohlert, Amanda Martinez, Cecilia Davis, for helping us, and all of their team for helping us get through this. Because we started the audit late, we had to compress all of the interim and year-end procedures in the summer months. Typically, interim is started in April. So again, that was a lot to have to get done before we start into year-end. We started the interim process, testing internal controls, determining if we could rely on those controls in order to reduce the risk of material misstatement. And then October 1st, we started year-end procedures where we performed our substantive testing. All of this is required in order to issue our opinion. There's 3 types of opinions that you can receive: an unmodified opinion, a modified opinion, or a disclaimer. The unmodified opinion doesn't indicate that Judson ISD is doing well or bad, or it means TEA can take these financial statements and rely on them. Rating agencies can take these financial statements and rely on them. At the end of the presentation, we'll go through the fund balance, final balances in relation to expenditures and what that means. But overall, this means that the financial statements are materially stated in all respects. The areas of focus when we test internal controls are information technology, the Public Education Information Management System, or PEIMS. There's 2 areas that we focus on: the financial reporting submission to the Texas Education Agency, as well as attendance. Attendance is a huge factor that drives your state aid. We know that there's an inverse relationship between attendance and property taxes. However, the inputs are significant that feed into state aid for the funding formula. We also look at non-payroll and payroll together. We look at the controls, we look at segregation of duties, procurement and non-payroll, meaning AP and procurement, looking at the compliance side of things in relation to state compliance purposes and federal compliance. And then on the accounts payable side, we're also looking at the payment processes, who has the ability to process payments, who has the ability to set up vendors. Then we look at HR and payroll. Same thing here. We're looking at user access rights and other controls as it relates to federal specific test. In addition to these areas, we follow the requirements of the OMB compliance supplement. OMB is the Office of Management and Budget, which comes out of the executive branch of the U.S. government. And I have a slide on that explaining a certain delay that is out of the hands of all school districts and all governments in the United States. Our analytical procedures start off our substantive procedures. It starts with the basic flux analysis, what changed from the current year to the prior year, and then we move into a ratio analysis. After that, we look at a predictive test. This could be with your child nutrition revenue, looking at the rates, looking at the number of meals served, and predicting how much the revenue should be, and looking at the reasonableness. Another area of that is your property tax collections, looking at the last 10 years and estimating the collection rate that is reported in the current year. Vouching is looking at bank statements, invoices, et cetera, to obtain additional comfort on the figures that we're looking at. And then the last two are the most significant, the strongest forms of evidence, confirmations from third parties and the third-party reports that we can download directly from the TEA payment report, as well as the comptroller's report and the payment ledgers and summary of finances for state aid purposes. Because you do spend more than $750,000 in federal funding, we're required to not only perform our audit in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards, but also in accordance with the Yellow Book or generally accepted government auditing standards. We are issuing an unmodified opinion over your financial statements, and we don't have any internal control findings related to financial reported that rise to the level of a significant deficiency or material weaknesses or compliance related to any grants or procurement, Public Funds Investment Act, et cetera, and those would be significant items of compliance at the financial statement level. We do have two recommendations that in our walkthroughs, we recommend that the district implement a change management for their information technology reports. We did look at user access rights, and we didn't find anything that was alarming. However, the information technology team did tell us that they're building reports so that they can look at various changes within vendor files, payroll files. So they said as they moved, is it Skyward?
Yes, ma'am.
Skyward Q, they're building new reports, which is the new software. So they were aware of it even before we asked and we started doing our work. The second thing is we looked at capital projects and payroll. So the total capital projects expenditures, whether it's payroll or capital outlay, totaled $110 million. Of that, $717,000 was payroll. We picked one fund for the 2024 bond, and we found that all of the individuals there belong to the Facilities and Construction Department, and then there were certain employees that were split funded. The issue, there's nothing wrong with the employees charged there, but it's the split funding that they were recommending that the district go back and do a time study to see, should it be maybe 60-40, 60 to the bond, 40 to the general fund, or 30-70. You know, they need to go back and do a time study and make sure that the split funding is accurate. So the $717,000 makes up less than 1% or 0.65% of the total expenditures for the current year. And again, all of the employees were either construction inspector, the director of facilities and planning, the assistant director of facilities and planning. We didn't find anyone outside of the construction and facilities department charged there. So those are our two recommendations that we've talked to Ms. Davis and the team, as well as the facilities department, and they're working on that already. to develop a form and a process to make sure that that whatever is charged there, a time study has been developed. The same goes for the IT reports. The next thing is the preliminary single audit results. For those of you that are accustomed to seeing the external financial reports, you'll see a small portion in the back, typically, that gives you the federal audit results. This year, we are not allowed to issue that report where we test all of the major programs for federal testing because there is a delay with the compliance supplement for fiscal year 2025. The shutdown is not the reason, the federal government shutdown is not the reason for the delay. However, it has not helped the delay. This document should have been released in May of 2025. It was not. A draft was issued for us to use to do some preliminary testing in August of 2025. As of today, it still has not been released and there is no end in sight. Unfortunately, during the shutdown, the Office of Management and Budget was not considered an essential department, so they could not work on this. Our plan for you tonight is to go over these results. If something changes in that document and we have to change our scope or it results in a finding of some sort, we'll have to come back to you here tonight. If nothing changes and the testing that we did is the same in accordance with the final draft, then you can consider these and then take action at whichever board meeting when this document is ready, and you'll have the final board report. For now, I can tell you that we tested Title I and Title II Part A, each totaling $9.9 million and $1.6 million respectively. We're required to issue an unmodified opinion, but you'll see the asterisks next to each of them because we can't release that opinion over these items until that document is released. The Government Audit Quality Center has been monitoring this, and they have told us that we are prohibited not only to issue the reports, but we cannot submit to the Federal Audit Clearinghouse as is required. The second delay is more Texas-based. The Texas Education Agency decided to update their audit application where districts upload their reports, their PDFs, and also do their data feed. They have revamped that audit application, that the application will be open December 12th to a few entities, but all entities have received an extension through February 27th, and entities can start entering the information as late or early, however you want to see it, as January 15th. So those are two things that are at play that's very different this year from other years. But at least the delay in the OMB coincides with the delay in TEA, so it works out from that respect. Any questions before I get into the financial statements? Okay. The government-wide financial statements are different from what you see on a monthly basis, say for the general fund budget to actual, the debt service fund, and your special revenue funds. This mimics that of a corporate financial statement. It reports everything the district owns and everything the district owes. Total assets and deferred outflows totaled $1.17 billion, with the bulk of that being capital assets at $690 million. That's net of depreciation and amortization. Your cash and investments are $355 million, and your receivables are $51 million. Because you're a June 30th year end, you have two payments in July and August for state aid and the available school fund payment that come in July and August. You earned it as of June 30th, but TEA is paying you July and August. TEA runs on a September 1st through 8/31 fiscal year end, so they fund you differently, but you have earned your allotment. So that's what that receivable is, and there's also some federal award monies, but the bulk of that is your state aid payments in July and August. Your total liabilities and deferred inflows totaled $1.18 billion, with bonds payable totaling $877 million. That includes the par value of the bonds, it includes the premium, and also your accreted interest for those zero-based bonds. Your net pension liabilities and net OPEB liabilities totaled $95 and $61 million respectively. What's different about these two liabilities, it's not like your bonds payable, it's not like your accounts payable. You will not have to write a check for $91 or $61 million tomorrow. That is your proportionate share of the pension and OPEB liabilities that sit at the state level. And this proportionate share is determined by your contributions into TRS divided by all the contributions of those that participate in TRS. So it's just not school districts, it's just not charter schools, but it's also at the state level and also community colleges and other universities at the state level. What you will continue to do is you'll continue to pay into TRS as a district at the statutorily determined rates. Employees will continue to contribute as well. And then the state is contributing an on-behalf amount on behalf of the Judson ISD employees. And then finally, accrued wages is one of the other largest liabilities. Again, that's because you're a June 30th year end. If you were an August 31st year end, accrued wages would be a little bit different. Your 10-month employees, your teachers, they earn everything as of June 30th, but they continue to get paid in July and August because they get paid over 12 months, even though they've earned their pay in 10 months. And that's across the state for all school districts that have those type of contracts and for June 30th year ends. Overall, you have a deficit net position of $15 million. So this is not your operating fund. If we were to back out the net pension and the net OPEB liability, that number would be positive. And in fact, TEA for first rating purposes will do just that when they evaluate your overall net position. These two items are added back to net position, and then TEA does their evaluation of your net position. I believe it's indicator 5 that looks at that net position to make sure that after they add back these items, that net position is not negative. The general fund budget to actual is what you're accustomed to seeing. If we look at your actual revenues at $261.1 million, those came under budget by $7.2 million, while your expenditures of $273.8 million were less than the final budgeted amounts by $6.5 million. Your transfers out to the self-insurance fund total $7.3 million. And if you go to that internal service fund, you'll see that you had a loss, so the district from the general fund was able to cover those claims for insurance purposes. You also had the issuance of leases and subscription based information technology arrangements. I shortened it here because it is a very long acronym, and I refer to it as SPIDAs. So there's two items there. There was a $4.9 million laptop lease that was entered into during fiscal year 25, and then about $53,000 in subscription software. All of those are shown as an other financing source on your financial statements. What that means is that you have the laptops, you've incurred the capital outlay, but it's a net effect of zero to your fund balance because it's offset by this debt issuance. Where the general fund is impacted is when you start making those monthly, quarterly, or annual payments to the respective vendors, and that comes in as debt service, as principal and interest. And just as a reminder, in the past, school districts did not have to report the lease liability or the subscription-based information technology arrangements as a liability or as these type of items until the implementation of GASB 87 and 96, which required all governments to do this. So that's new, and it's been, leases have been with us 4 years, and SPIDAs have been with us for 3 years. The total ending balance is $86.5 million, and towards the end, we'll compare that to your general fund expenditures if you continue at this current spending level of $274 million. Overall, your general fund decreased by $15 million. Remember that decrease was impacted by that $7.3 million transfer into your self-insurance fund. Looking at your general fund budget to actual, you'll see that the final budgeted amounts for local revenue is where you came in short by about $1.4 million. However, you exceeded your budgeted state revenue for state aid, available school fund, and then also for your TRS on behalf. And then your federal revenue totaled $3.5 million, so you came in under by $500,000 in your federal funds. And so this federal fund is made up of SHARS, your school health and related services money that you're reimbursed by the Texas Commission of Health and Human Services, and then also indirect cost, and then also your E-rate monies that are the E-rate. The SHARS do not appear on your schedule of expenditures of federal awards, but they are categorized as federal revenue. Your general fund revenue breakdown is shown here. With the largest portion of the pie is the orange, or your state aid, at $134.2 million. This year, you had an allotment of $113 million for your foundation aid, school payments, plus your available school fund by another $13 million. And then you had a property value study revenue come in about $7 million that are all included in that state aid that TEA gave you additional monies. The second is your property taxes. This includes just the maintenance and operations levy, as well as any penalties and interest that was collected during the year. That yellow portion of the pie, $15.3 million, is state revenue, and what that is, I break that out so that it's clear that that is not cash received by any source. That is the on-behalf contribution, recognizing that TRS is contributing $15.3 million into the Judson ISD's pension plans, as well as their OPEB plans. But then the caveat there is that it's offset by a TRS on behalf expenditure as well, with a wash. It washes or nets to zero in the fund balance. But I like to break that out so it doesn't, and explain it, that it is not cash for the district. And you'll see here that your revenues did increase from the prior year, which were $245.6 million. Your investment earnings were quite healthy at $3.3 million, and then you had other local revenue made up of tuition and revenue, et cetera, and other gifts and donations and insurance receipts. Your general fund expenditures by functional expenditure is shown here. You have your instruction and related services making up the majority, and you'll see that in the next slide with the pie chart. But at least you can see here where you differed between the final budget and the actual results. You came in under budget in all categories, but in the other, you'll see when you go to the budget to actual that you exceeded the debt service expenditure. The reason for that is because initially for the laptop and the SPITA purchase, it was coded to function 53. That's the way the purchase order was made, and it's the appropriate function. However, because it becomes a SPITA, remember that entire purchase is not a cash outlay. You have that financing vehicle through the SPITA or the lease that is not a cash outlay. What is the cash outlay and has to go into the debt service as principal and interest is in that other category, and that's an adjustment that was made and reclassified during the audit. And again, that's for the laptops for $4.9 million and the SPITA for $53 million, and then the respective payments that were incurred during the year based on those arrangements and agreements. You'll see here that the general fund functional expenditures, I like to categorize the instruction and related services. And you'll see that 62.2% makes up the majority of the expenditures, and your instructional and school leadership make up 7.2%. Student support includes transportation, athletic, extracurricular activities, any health activities as well. All of that is included in the yellow piece of the pie. You also have facilities maintenance and operations, where you have utilities, you have other rental payments that don't qualify as a lease included in here, totaling $31.7 million or $11.6 million. You have security and monitoring and data processing lumped together at $11.1 million, and then your general admin is 2.6. Even though it's a small percentage, I'd like to highlight it, because when we do efficiency audits and we look at peer districts, we see that most districts are between 2% and 3%. Anytime that you're above that 3%, it's something to look at, but you're right within school districts within your size across the state of Texas. So I like to always highlight that that's a good thing in keeping that percentage between 2% and 3% like your peer districts.
Does that include payroll, or is that just?
It's everything.
It's
everything in general admin and central admin, yes.
I think that's important to note.
Yes.
That our spending on general administration is on par with the rest of the state?
Correct, yes. We do see some districts that are at 4%, and sometimes they'll have two superintendents in 1 year, and there's payouts, and so there's extraordinary items that happen, or where they're top-heavy in that, but 2 to 3% is where you want to be based on what we see across the state.
A quick question, is that after the recoding, Dr. Fields?
Okay. No, ma'am, I don't believe this is actual
This is last
expenditures
year's.
based on what we did last year. So just trying to submit the fact that our administrative spending is on par with everybody.
Now looking at your total general fund, and if we look at the total fund balance and all of its components from 2021 through 2025, you'll see that it is declining. And TEA focuses on two categories most heavily, especially for first rating purposes. They look at unassigned and assigned fund balances. This year, it totaled $84 million, and you'll see that decrease in the unassigned of the $15 million as was presented in the previous slides. Again, that was the overall decrease to fund balance. What we'd like to also do is look at it in relation to expenditures. So even though it is 31%, the Government Finance Officers Association recommends that it should be at least at 25%. TEA asks for 75 days, which is less than 25%. So you are well above that. However, you'll see that you're on the decline when you're looking at all of your expenditures. And just a reminder that fund balance, the unassigned especially, is available for appropriations, but it is for one-time purchases, not for recurring expenditures, so that it doesn't draw it down quickly. And what that says too is that you could last a little over 90 days, close to 100 days. If all revenues were to cease, you would last about 100 days in operation before that. And that seems grim, but that's like the basic way to see it. The danger zone is 12.5%. So TEA says if you hit 12.5%, that's when you should really be worried. You're not there yet. But it's something to look at and to maintain that, because you need at least 25% every year for first ratings and for bond rating agencies as well. Additional communications, I have to report these again. As I mentioned them, July 31st is when our engagement letter was signed. In that, we also issued board communication saying that there's going to be two risks that are involved in any audited entity's financial statement audit. That includes management override and revenue recognition. So as we did our internal control walkthrough, looking at information, confirming items, we took these risks into considerations. Like I said, we didn't have any disagreements or difficulties. We are new to the district. This is our first year working with Judson ISD. And because it's an audit and attestation agreement arrangement, we do have to be independent of the district, and we do assert that here tonight. One of the standards that was implemented this year, it seems like the GASB has been very busy every year, and this year it was GASB number 101, or compensated absences. You always have compensated absences that will be paid out to employees at separation or retirement. What this standard does is you have to evaluate, look into the future, how much of those balances will be used as time off. And then you apply a flows assumption to develop an estimate. So that's the difference with this GASB standard. It does not affect your general fund statements. This is only at the government-wide statement because it is a long-term liability. And the general fund statement and other fund financial statements do not report on a accrual basis. They record on a modified accrual. Finally, we don't believe you had to consult with any other accountants for opinion shopping. If you did, we'd report that here to you tonight. And then, of course, the significant estimate is state aid because of the attendance inputs and the large calculation that's done at the state level, and it's continuously changing. In fact, it changes almost weekly with those payment ledgers. The final piece of audit evidence that was provided to us was from management, was the management representation letter, where they asserted that they had not withheld any information and they provided all information to us to conduct our audit. That is all I have for you tonight. Any questions?
I want to summarize real quick, Selena. So based on your audit of our financial services for the year of 24-25, you feel that the rating that you're giving us is adequate, everything seems fine, it's strong, in accordance with generally accepted accounting?
Correct. As mentioned earlier, the numbers can be relied on. You know, good, bad, or ugly, that they are correct, and they can be read and relied on, and decision makers, whether it's the TEA or financial rating agencies, can rely on the figures. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I'm going to look for questions up and down the line before I promise, just a couple. No? All right. Well, I'm proud of myself. It's my third one of these, and I at least got 80% of what you were saying. The other 20%, completely over my head. So, but everybody knows I love finance, but got a B- in financial and managerial accounting. So I had two questions. Page 23, and I sent this over to you, but I didn't see a response, so I'm not sure if it got to her. Involving the internal service fund, which is our self-funded
Yes.
medical insurance. So I read it one way on one page, and then I went back to this page, and then I got just all kinds confused.
Okay.
So help me read page 23. So at the top little section, that's how much money we had in the self-funded accounts, right? Some of it sits in the checking, some of it sits in investment.
Correct.
Right? Okay. Then liabilities, is that how much in claims we had received and not paid out yet?
That's exactly right. So it's two things. There's claims that were incurred as of June 30th, 2025 and not paid, and then there's an IBNR in claimed but not reported, and so then there's an additional reserve. So that comes from your actuary, and they
Okay.
give that to you, and that's added on to the $13 million. So you'll see that on 23, that deficit in there, and there's a note disclosure too, that you all will take action and discuss this. What do we do with this fund going forward?
Okay, because I think that was my concern, is if we were sitting there on June 30th, and we only had $600-some thousand sitting in the account, but there were 13 million in bills yet to pay, I was tracking that we have only transferred 4.8 and 2 after the fact, right?
I wasn't getting the sense, though, that that's something that hasn't been, the money's not there for it, or that we have to. I need you to come to the podium, Kim.
Yeah.
Please. Thank you, ma'am.
That amount doesn't include the medical premiums that we transfer each month.
So we had the premiums that added up to, was this the amount then covered with that?
What we transferred this year
Mm-hmm.
is an estimate from Brown & Brown.
Yes, ma'am. So that amount then should be covered. It's not like we're coming based on this at the end of 24-25, going forward saying, hey, we need to have this covered, correct?
Right,
All right.
correct.
You still lost me, hold on. Because you sent us a roll-up of how much, because we take in about $1 million in premiums a month, we're paying out about $2 million in claims. So I'm still confused if there were $13 million in bills waiting to be paid. And then we had more bills come in July, August, September, October, November. But if we only transferred 4.8 plus 2, what's that, 6.8? If we only transferred 6.8 in, how did we cover the 13 when more bills kept coming in and the bills are more than the how much we take in payments every month? We saw that. You guys sent us that. So I'm like, am I missing something?
So
Maybe
go to
somebody else
the
got it.
cash flow statement on page 25, and I
Okay,
think
yes.
that'll help.
Yes.
If you look at the first line item, the cash received for premiums, that's $17 million. But then go to the third line item with a number, the 7.3.
Yep.
If you add that, that's 24 million, and then you have 27 million as well. Then you sold some investments as well, which gave you additional cash. So overall, there was $1.2 million in a decrease in cash, but you started the year with 1.4, and that's where you end just cash for the year at $191,000. So this helps you too, like where did the money come from for the current year? So again, premiums, then you transferred 7.3 from the general fund to cover that. You sold an investment for 1.5 to cover that. And then the remaining just hit your cash available balance that you started the year as of July 1st, 24, excuse me.
So it was covered during that year?
It was covered during the year, yes. This is a payable that you're going to have to cover in 25, 26. That 13 million?
That 13 million.
13 million, right. That's a
That,
liability.
oh, yeah, see, that's my concern, is we have a $13 million liability we're starting the year with.
Right, and I think there's a note disclosure that it's in the works for a transfer, again, similar like you did this year, to see how much you need. After premiums are in, they'll calculate, am I speaking
We
correctly?
did that,
Yeah.
but it was only 4.8 and then 2 million. That doesn't cover 13,
Yeah.
obviously. And then that doesn't cover all the claims that will continue to come in July, August, September, October, November, December, and then January, February, March, because we're not bringing in enough premium, so.
I just want to be clear, Karen, if you could come back to the podium along with Amanda and Ms. Davis. So we're not saying then that our expectation is based on premiums and what we have coming forward, that there's going to be a request to the board for a $13 million
No, there won't be.
request.
There won't be.
Got it. So this will be paid from what we received from premiums, what we anticipated was going to be part of this from last year? Okay.
Yes, exactly.
Ms. Davis, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is my understanding as well.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, maybe we could get, because the cash flow you guys sent us did not account for that 13 million at all. It was like we were starting from zero, and then we were bringing in $1 million, paying out $4 million, bringing in $1 million, paying out $2 million.
Even with the 7.3 million that we put in last year, I don't think there was ever an expectation, especially from me, that self-funded insurance, we were finally at zero. There was a reason why we went to fully funded insurance.
And if I may, Dr. Fields, too, that 13 million includes the loss reserve, which is an estimate. So it's telling you these claims may come in or they may not. So the
Gotcha.
insurance company makes you estimate that and tack it on to the actual claims that are on there. So that's another thing to look at. It's called the reserve loss, the report, the claims report that Brown & Brown sent us.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I think we're just trying to, because we're making some really important decisions off a lot of important numbers, so knowing where we're at and if we're going to have to put even more money into it, that kind of changes our starting point for all of our other plans. So I think that's why we're keeping, normally, no one would look at the ISF, right? Except me. I have one other question, I'm sorry I had not sent you, and I'm not even going to say this word correctly, on page 35. Is it arbitrage?
Oh, yes.
Okay, can you just give us like
Yes,
the
so.
real easy explanation of what that arbitrage liability is?
So you hire specialists every year, and every time you issue bonds, if interest rates in the market are good and you're not spending down as fast as you're earning the interest, the IRS says, hey, we want our money back because these bonds are SEC bonds. So you hire an actuarial and a specialist to come in and do that calculation, and they determine your liability. And so what they'll do is you may owe it next fiscal year, or they'll reevaluate it and recalculate to see where you're at. But that's done by a specialist, and it's based on how much interest you're earning on your bonds.
Okay, I was
Yes.
familiar with the concept, and I'd been watching interest rates,
Yes.
and I think I kind of knew we might get into that situation.
Yes.
Is that something John can give us a little
Well,
or somebody you can give us a little
I'm-
write-up
I'm-
in the future?
Oversimplification, and excuse me, John or Selena, if I make this too. It's like going and getting a government loan, putting it in the bank for several $1 million, not touching it and earning interest off of it. What they're saying is you went and got this, said you were going to go do this, go do that. Don't just put it in the bank and start earning interest and saving money off of it, correct?
Correct, that's correct.
All right.
Yeah, and I think because we're at the point where we're starting to use some of our overages and our unallocated interest and things like that. So I just
Oh,
want to
we are
make sure
using the
we're,
funds.
I want to make sure we're considering that we may have an arbitrage payment down the road. So let's just keep an eye on that. So when we're start to budget all the, I don't want to call it extra money, it's not extra money, right? As we start to budget the bond funds, knowing that there may be a payment due, I just want to make sure we kind of keep that in our minds.
We're keeping up with the spending.
Yes,
and,
we are, and we've engaged with someone to determine that for us.
Or to an arbitrage specialist, okay, great. And just to confirm, so you're, just from a procedural standpoint, so you're saying once the federal government gets their life together, if everything is good, then we just have to approve this on a board agenda, and if it's not good, then you're going to come back?
I have to
Did I
come back.
understand that right?
And-
Okay.
And it'll just be a small little report, the single
On
audit
that.
report, but you can ratify this one, and you'll sign your board certificates. You're going to have 2 board certificates to ratify this, get it ready whenever we get to submit to TEA, and then, because we don't know when that, it could be beyond January. God willing,
Okay.
it's not, but yeah, so you'll want to take action tonight
Take
for the
action tonight,
AFR.
approve
Yeah.
and sign, so it's ready to go, and then we will do
And
this
then we'll
again
s-
in some way, shape, or form.
Correct, but you'll have a final report, so you can have that and take action on it. I just wanted to tell you what you would be approving in the future.
Okay, no, that's good, so that we have a, don't forget to put this
Right,
back on the
exactly.
agenda
Yes,
type
ma'am.
thing. So thank you for clearing that up
Well, one
procedurally.
last thing. There used to be a cutoff date in which we had to have this done. So by approving tonight, that meets that, or?
So typically, it's November 27th.
Yes, ma'am.
But TEA has extended that for all school districts to February 27th because they can't receive these reports at all.
Understood.
And you can still submit this for continuing disclosure for bond purposes, but basically, you can't send it anywhere unless someone asks for it, and there's no single audit. So again, it's just for continuing disclosure. Yes, sir.
We're technically ahead of the curve.
We are,
We're
yeah.
ahead of the curve. We're done with it, and they don't even want it yet. So, but that's okay, because we'll be done with it until we get the federal stuff. So, all right. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Macias.
I just wanted to commend your presentation. It was very thorough. I feel quite confident with your analysis and assessment. And just for community's sake, if there was something we needed to be alerted to, your audit would have found that.
That's correct. And even in the slides, I would alert you and tell you, how I said the 12.5
Sure.
danger zone, right? But yes, we would. And so anything, we give recommendations, and then if it worsens for whatever reason, we come back to you, and then we elevate it, and then we elevate it. So we would communicate that with you as well,
With our administration, I assume.
first
Yeah.
and then here. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Just real quick, what is the loss, the stop loss or loss reserve?
So that stop loss reserve.
I mean, how much is it? Not what is it?
Oh, okay. Do you remember? It's like 2 million. It's like 2.6 million if I remember the little number on the side of the claim report. But you can.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Thank you so much for hanging with us that long tonight.
Thank you, Selena.
Yes. So approval of 2 of the items that were in the superintendent report you will see on consent, but we want to make sure we had a chance to ask questions up front and just put them
Perfect.
on there. So, all right. Are you good on superintendent report?
I am
marked
good.
all my stuff off.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
good. All right, now we will move on to the consent agenda. So as we discussed Tuesday night, we're going to delay O and P, and I think we talked about some tentative dates of December 9th, but as soon as we can confirm all of that with everybody, Ms. Holmes will get a calendar invite sent out. So for right now, pulling O and P off of the consent agenda. And then I'm going to go down the line and see if anyone else has something that they want to pull. So, Ms. Canoyer? No. Ms. Stanford?
No, I got it answered earlier.
Okay. Ms. Potteet? No. Mr. Macias?
I was going to pull O and P, so thank you. I have
Correct.
nothing to pull.
Thank you. Ms. Jones? Okay. Ms. Lee? Oh, my goodness, nobody pulled anything. We were on a record-setting night, aren't we, Dr. Fields? So, okay, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda minus O and P?
I move that we approve the consent agenda excluding items O and P.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Canoyer, a second by Ms. Stanford. All right, and you can go ahead and cast your vote. All right, consent agenda passes 7-0. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to 8. 8 is similar. We talked about that on Tuesday night, the board budget. Dr. Fields is going to send us that information in
We
the
can put it
Friday
in the
notes
Friday
tomorrow.
notes tomorrow.
Yep, so take a look at the board budget. It's always, when we get into these financial plans, it's always good to lead from the front, right? So if everybody has an opportunity the next couple weeks to look at that board budget, and when we come back together, we can look and see if there's somewhere we can trim some stuff on our board budget and, help lead the way. So look for that in your Friday notes from Dr. Fields.
Yes, ma'am. On policy update 26, did you want to?
Correct, yeah, let me jump to policy update 126. I know Ms. Canoyer and I talked. Normally, we these things are just pro forma?
Yeah, can I
Go ahead.
talk?
Yes, please.
So during agenda review, our past practice has always been to do a first and second reading on any policy updates, and Ms. Ryan was adamant that we have just one policy read. This particular update is almost 100 pages, and it's some very important things that happened because the legislature did a whole bunch of stuff regarding education over the last legislative session. There are some things in there that are going to require some more thought, and this should not happen a vote on this tonight. So what I would recommend, and I won't make the motion yet because I want to make sure that we have time for discussion, is that we table this, that everybody takes the opportunity to go through and look very, very carefully at all of the items in this update, have questions, that we schedule a time, not at a regular board meeting, but when we can spend some more time going through and discussing and making sure that we want our policy to read the way TASB has recommended, or if we need to go back, seek legal advice and do some things that are differently. So I wanted to open up to make sure we have discussion on that, and then I can make a motion.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. Some of these things went into effect 1 September, so legal had said if you can kind of expedite these things through, but when
And we can pull those and do them that night, but there are some
As soon as I
others
looked
that.
at it, there's a lot of just nuance. A lot of it applies to how we just conduct our operations unique to Judson, and I concur that that's something we need to workshop and look through how we do that. So any other thoughts on, does anybody really want to pass and approve these as is tonight, or is everybody fine with no motion and this gets moved to the next agenda for approval?
Along with a meeting, like a debriefing meeting?
Correct. We'll see if we can fit this into a workshop.
Right, or
for discussion.
we're going to have a bunch of other meetings coming up, so maybe it could be added to one of those.
Yeah,
but-
we may solicit your input to Betty so that, because a lot of these, we have to go back to TASB Policy Services if we want to have them draft some of these changes, or our attorney, one or the other. So we'll work out how to kind of get your input over to Betty, and then get it over to TASB Policy and come up with some different ideas. And then we can workshop at whatever meeting we have, we can throw and have a good discussion.
Maybe we could set a deadline to get commentary and questions to Betty, to go to legal. I don't know.
How about, well, because we might meet on the 9th, although that might be a full meeting, that Friday after we come back, could everybody take a week?
That would give
like
you
December
Thanksgiving
5th?
if you've got time. And
Yeah,
then,
you got Thanksgiving
and then
week and the second week. Would December 5th work to everybody to kind of get your thoughts or concerns or possible
And you may not
changes?
have any, but there are some things that stood out to me
To have
that
a
I want to
meeting?
be sure we discuss.
No, for them to put their input over to Betty.
Okay.
Questions and
that-
comments about particular items in the update.
So that they can work on
That maybe this
drafting
isn't what
some
we wanna do.
options
Yes, ma'am.
before, to make sure, we don't want anybody to recommend something we can't put in there because it's illegal. So we want
Right.
to make sure we talk to the policy people first, and then we can come back with what we could have as our options. The deadline to email Betty your comments, concerns, questions, or anything else.
Suggestions, whatever.
Yeah, does December 5th work?
I didn't bring my calendar with me.
Okay, that's just a
but
Friday, like we have Thanksgiving week, and then we come back, it's a Friday of the
Probably.
following week.
What if a couple of us get together prior to our workshop to kind of, you've already been through some and you see some. And we
It
could
needs more
maybe-
time from me, too.
Yeah, maybe we could highlight some things to draw everyone's attention to. Would
Well,
that be helpful?
I don't,
Just
So that
everybody
could
go
be
through the
feedback
whole
to
thing.
Betty that she could send back out to every, I don't want to do this
Yeah.
by email.
No.
That's not appropriate, so.
I can let you guys know right now that in our going over it, there's some things that I'm asking Ms. Davis to look at and possibly take to the district site base to make a recommendation to the board. It'll be up to the board on whether or not you want to accept it. But some of these guidelines in the grievance policy are pretty strenuous. I mean, it states that it has to be this amount of time, even if it's over the Christmas break. So you could find yourself doing a grievance Christmas morning. Well, we need to DOI out of that because I'm not trying to come in on Christmas. But, we need to really look at the degree of what it's asking for and see, because we've been told by the lawyers that we can DOI out of some of this stuff.
Yeah, so maybe just an initial cut of your thoughts by the 5th, and then let's figure out between DSBC, the attorneys, TASB policy, how we can somehow integrate that into something.
Yes, ma'am.
Into different options.
Will
So,
do. will do.
Okay, Betty will send out a reminder of that, but, you know, for a little bit of light reading, there's 91 pages for your Thanksgiving break to do. So, okay, that knocks out D. And those will be posted, those are posted on our Judson website, so if anybody in the community wants to read those drafts of all those local policies, they are out there. Don't ask me exactly how many clicks to get there, but you can call Ms. Holmes if you can't find it. It's in pending, or policies under review, is that what it's called? I think that's
No,
what
it's on the Board
called.
of Trustees page.
Yes, so, but if you can't find it, you're welcome to reach out to Ms. Holmes, and she'll help figure out where to click, so.
So do we need a motion to table, or?
We do not if there's no motion to approve them. Everybody good with that? Okay. All right, then we will move on to 8B. Mr. Macias, that's your agenda item.
Can we do 8C first? The tax rate?
Oh, I didn't even, sorry. Yes. Yes, we can, tax rate. So that was, obviously, we approved one, and when we approved the first one, it was if Vader was successful. So now that Vader is not successful, we have to go back and formally approve what it is without the Vader, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did everybody get a chance to look and make sure 9796, there we go, I'm looking at yours, which is the INS and the M&O that we agreed on, minus the 10 cents of Vader. Any questions on that one?
Why was it less than .99?
Because what we said was we were going to have to go down to .99, but we also made a motion and approved the 2 pennies going down on the INS side. So since that was done, now you're at 9796 from the 999.
And we have to keep it there? even
We
though
have to,
only did it for the
because we already approved it. Yes, ma'am.
And that's just the timing of tax rates, because after September 30th, you just generally can't change it. So it's a risk with a Vader.
So does that make us the lowest in the district
Eh,
area?
Yes, ma'am. The lowest, I believe.
We are the lowest
Yes,
tax
ma'am, we
rate.
are.
Okay, any other questions, or can I get a motion?
I have some comments.
No, go ahead, sir.
So I do believe that East Central is at 88 cents, but let's verify that. I remember the reports
For both
coming out.
INS and M&O?
No, for just their tax rate. I don't know about the
Okay.
INS, but I
I'll
do
check.
believe East Central, but that certainly puts us really at the bottom of tax rates. And so that's going to be challenging. So my question to you, Dr. Fields, is
Yes,
since
sir.
we took action to switch the INS and all that, are we able to reverse that? Or for next year, I'm just looking for potential strategy to get us back to 99 instead of at 97.9.
I believe that but we would have to wait.
Yes, till next
Yes,
year.
of course.
The board could take a vote to,
Increase the pennies on the INS side?
yes, sir, but not this year.
Yeah,
Not
well,
the M&O.
I'm just looking for potential strategy, and as we look at going forward, how we might be able to do that. We didn't need voter ratification for that since it was INS back then.
Right.
Would I assume it'd be the same thing? The board would just need to approve, or do we need to go to the voters for that?
There are current laws, there's laws that have impacted that as part of all of this new legal.
Policy 126.
Yes. So I would need to check with our legal to see how that impacts how the board can take action. Previous to these laws, yes, you would have been able to vote, but I need to really consult with legal on how that process would happen moving forward.
Okay. Obviously, a future conversation then. Okay, that's all I have.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you can probably follow up in a Friday notes after Thanksgiving on that.
Will do.
What you find out, that'd be great. Thank you. Okay, any other questions, or can I have a motion on?
There's a specific motion that's requested, so I'll make it.
Oh,
Got it
okay.
pulled up.
Thank you, ma'am.
I move that we adopt a maintenance and operations tax rate of 0.6669 and an interest and sinking tax rate of 0.3127 for a total tax rate of 0.9796.
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Canoyer, second by Mr. Macias. If any other discussion, seeing none, we will proceed to vote. Okay, motion passes 7-0. Okay, recorded. Okay, all right, the only thing left in 8 then is 8B. Mr. Macias, that's your agenda item. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is my least favorite type of agenda item. In fact, I'll tell you, every year when we do board reorganization in May, my stomach is squeezy, and I feel, because it's really just a popularity contest, really, to be honest. It doesn't really have any direct impact on student outcomes. That's why I wanted this to be the last action item we dealt with. But it still is important, and that's why I brought it back, because based on how things have been since May, I have concerns. And so I wanted to bring them up. So I wanted to take you back to, I should time myself, right? 5 minutes is all I got. But I wanted to take you back to November 19th, 2011. And I think the only one maybe in this room may have been Marilyn McKinney. I don't know if anyone else was here at that time. But what happened 14 years ago was that I was removed as board president. I was in my first term. I was young. I was ambitious. I was, darn it, we're going to make the changes that we need. And I had opposition on the board. In fact, I had 3 members that opposed this philosophy that I had. And they were so disgruntled and angry that they made things chaotic. If I said, I think the wall should be painted orange, they said, no, it needs to be blue. It was literally anything I said, they said something opposite. And so back then I said, well, forget them, we'll drag them with us. We had 4 votes, because you need 4 votes to pass things. Again, being young, naive, ambitious, all that kind of stuff, I said that's what we needed to do. Well, when the reorg was brought to the agenda 14 years ago, I was dismayed when I was removed. I was in a bit of shock, because one of my colleagues, Ms. June Adair, had voted with the other 3 board members to remove me. Suffice it to say, I was very angry and felt very betrayed. I said, I will never talk to June Adair again. Just, Cliff, no, we're still very good friends today. But at that point, I couldn't understand why. And all I kept thinking about was the betrayal. But as the dust settled, the board moved forward, it became evident that I was not yet the leader I needed to be, that I did not care about what the other 3 thought. We had the votes, and we were going to move forward. And being a board president, you have to build consensus. You have to be someone that reflects the value of the entire board. That's why you speak on behalf of the board. But if you're speaking on behalf of a fraction of the board, then you're really not speaking on behalf of the board, because there are other board members that have other opinions. So your approach to talking to the media, talking to the public, has to reflect those values. So in hindsight, when Ms. Adair voted to remove me, she said, look, I love you, but the chaos that was being created with you being divisive wasn't moving us forward. So I'm kind of glad that happened, because it taught me to reflect and think about being a leader for the entire district. So, fast forward, I see a lot of parallel from 14 years ago. We have a board president who has the votes, and so she's here ramrodding her agenda. And I can't help but see that parallel. And I'm thinking, we have to do something different. It's very hard to receive this criticism. So, believe me, 14 years ago I was very mad. But it made sense. So there's some case in point things that kind of help validate this discussion. One would be that if you do a Google search for Judson ISD news, you're going to find at least 28 articles from May of 25 to October of 25. During that same period, the previous year, there were 12. So we have certainly been in the media a lot more than we normally have been, and they've highlighted the contention. So that's not a good place to be. Another metric that I use, the board president interfaces with our legal counsel. They're the main contact. And when I was board president from 23 to 24, our legal fees were $33,639. The following year, when Ms. Canoyer was board president, they were $20,234. From June to October, we're just talking June to October, May, I should say May when Ms. Ryan became president, to October.
Mr. Macias, I don't want to interrupt. You are at 5 minutes, but can I
Am
add
I
you
at
in-
5?
You are, I'm sorry.
Wait, there's no way I'm at
literally am
5.
sorry.
I can't. I
Can
don't
we
think
let
I
him
was at
finish
5.
his sentence
I do.
at least?
I was going to say, since it is your agenda item, would you mind taking one more minute?
I'll do one, but I can't believe I'm at 5. So bottom line is we spent $55,212. There's definitely more involved in the legal counsel. And I did check our grievances that we had on our board meeting. We had 11 in 24-25, and we've had 6. So we really haven't seen very many level 3 grievances, but we spend a lot more on legal fees. I'll be respectful of the fact that I spent my allocation quicker than I thought, but I think it's a time for us to reflect on board reorganization, and that's why I put that in there. Ms. Ryan is a good board member. I will say that. She's focused. She knows what she wants, but we need a leader that's going to really build our team, and that's why I put this on the agenda for discussion, because I want people to think about that. So I'll yield and see if there's any other remarks before I make a motion.
Okay, other discussion? Oh, go ahead, Ms. Potteet.
So I just kind of want to bring to light some of Ms. Ryan's qualifications on why I don't agree with Mr. Macias. She was she was in the U.S. Army for over 24 years. She retired as a lieutenant colonel in the military intelligence, and she earned a Bronze Star for her leadership during their 2 tours in Afghanistan. Her life's work has been guiding leaders, solving problems, and serving others. She's a longtime Judson ISD parent. She's had 5 daughters, 3 of which have already graduated and 2 that are still within the district. She understands this district both as a leader and as a parent. She's also right now currently rolled in TASB leadership, so where she's trying to gain more information and trying to gain the knowledge to become a better president. When items like this are brought forward by Mr. Macias, and I respect your opinion on this, I just can't agree to it. I feel like this is just going to bring more noise to a time that right now we do need to remain unified. We do need to show a strong face that we are going to get this district through the tough times that are ahead. And I do believe that Monica is the person to lead that. I'm sorry, Ms. Ryan is the person to lead that. So I think going forward, our focus should remain in the classrooms with the teachers and with the staff. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Ms. Canoyer?
I'm ready for this item. One of the biggest issues that's been conveyed to me by community members and my staff is the concern about how Ms. Ryan interacts on the board. The tone of her voice, the lack of empathy, the helping to cause board members to feel shut down and not being able to be heard, being very heavy-handed with the agenda. I brought up one point earlier about agendas. So while you can be a voice on the board, that doesn't mean you should be the voice of the board. And I'm at that point where I would support someone else being the voice of the board. I don't want it to be ugly. She has some knowledge that is very helpful, but it is the way that she comes across to the community and to the staff, lacking empathy, making comments that are dismissive and derogatory, body language towards the superintendent and the cabinet, being dismissive of the superintendent and the cabinet. All of those are things that are not what good leaders should do. There's a lot behind the scenes that the community doesn't know and that we're not permitted to discuss. But it's time. It's time for a new leader on the board.
Ms. Jones.
I just had one comment in regards to the legal fees, that the legal fees are for us as a total. To my knowledge, I don't think they break it down and give us based on a specific person. It's the total for the board. So there's no way of knowing who all of those legal fees are attributed to. And so I just think that's important to share.
Great. I'll just answer that quick question. Yes, I talked to Jameson. So Walsh Gagos doesn't even break it down between the board and district. There is no board billing account. The bills all come to district, and then someone at district staff decides which expenses they want to allocate to the board and which expenses they want to allocate to district. So district has been allocating a lot of funds to us, but Walsh Gagos does not bill that way. So there is no board bill from Walsh Gagos at all. Does that kind of answer your question, Ms. Jones?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Stanford.
Taking a page from your book, I just
Yeah.
wrote something.
Sometimes it's easier,
I don't
right?
normally do that.
It's easier.
Right. So I wanted to say that I'm not one to rock the boat unnecessarily, but if it's already being rocked, I do feel a responsibility to help steady it, and that's what I'd like to see done. Just to be clear, I am not siding with Mr. Macias on this item. I'm siding with the many employees and parents who have expressed to me frustration and dissatisfaction with what they're seeing and hearing from board leadership. On a personal level, I can honestly say I care about every member on this board, and I like things about every single one of them, and I see each one that has unique insights, which I believe should be encouraged. I've also disagreed with each one at one time or another, but that doesn't interfere with my view of their value. And this is not just coming from a posture of being nice. This is the instructions in God's word that I live by. And those things say, among other things, never tear down anyone with your words. Be considerate, humble, and courteous to everyone. Never be arrogant in looking down upon another because each of you is an original. Take the opportunity to be a blessing to others. Let your words be beautiful gifts that encourage others. Be kind. To the best of your ability, be at peace with everyone. Love and pray for your enemies. I believe these instructions have a place in every social arena that we interact in. I believe people respond more positively to this kind of approach than they do to sharp criticism and negativity. And I'm not saying we should look through rose-colored glasses. I'm saying that although it may be true that a glass is half empty, it's also true at the same time that it is half full. It's more of a balanced perspective to acknowledge both sides. The way things started off in May seems to have set a tone that people haven't shaken off. There was a rush to close 3 schools with no real notice, drawing 100 parents, staff, and students to this room in a panic. And then, for no apparent reason, those alarmed people were made to wait for an hour and a half before they could speak. Just because something might be legal to do doesn't mean it's good to do. I care how people are treated, and that did upset me. The superintendent has shown up on closed session items more than I feel he should, making people wonder and ask if he's being targeted by the board. And I feel we missed an opportunity to get a CFO, which we desperately need and deserve to have. We should have one. There has continued to be a heavy demand from the board for information and so on, and although we do have a right to ask for things and a need to ask for things, we also need to find a way to balance that. so that administration can be doing the other things they also need to be doing. I feel the focus they have had to give to the board has been costly to the district and has taken them away from campuses that really need their attention. People continue to feel disrespected and even intimidated, feeling their motives are assumed to be dishonest. And this shuts down hope and creativity, which is vital for our growth and our ability to rise up to a higher level. A good tone needs to be set from the top. Lastly, I'm not against any person. I'm in favor of cooperation, harmony, and respect for differing opinions. It should not take acquiescence, though, to create unity. There should be room for dissent, even lively dissent. We need to work together as a team now more than ever. And frankly, the kids need the board and administration to work together because ultimately they are the ones impacted. And we do truly owe this to them. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Stanford. I don't see any other buttons pushed, so I guess I'll jump in here real quick. First, I just want to take a moment to thank the hundreds of staff members, parents, and community members who reached out this week. People finally feel like there are some voices up on the board that are representing what so many of the silent majority in our district have been saying for so long, and they're happy to finally hear it coming from this dais. It's disappointing that we have to spend precious board time talking about this instead of talking about our students and staff. It's a little ironic that people think somehow there's some 4-3 board running up here. I recommend you look at the minutes of our meetings because we have ranged everywhere from a 0-7 to a 7-0 and every single thing in between. And there are so many board members up here. We do not vote the same way, and we still high five on our way out the door, and that's okay because that's what grown-ups do. We get up here, we speak for our communities, and we vote the best that we can. And that vote isn't always going to be 7-0. It's going to be 3-4, 4-3, or whatever it is. But that doesn't mean I don't respect my colleagues and how those votes go. But it is definitely not a solid 4-3, and there's evidence in the votes to choose that. So it's really hard for the public because they don't understand, and I didn't understand before I got on the board, all of the rules that govern school boards. Laws, codes, policies. It is in 17 different codes, right? They're not even all in the same code type things. And then you also don't see what goes on behind closed doors, whether that's closed session. Outside of this video, you guys don't see a lot of stuff. And if you knew everything, you may have a different views. But I'm always constantly sharing those documents that govern what we do as school boards because I do want to inform the public. And a lot of people are very interested in Robert's rules and all the other things we do and why we do it that way. And thanks to those who have reached out, truly wanting to understand why things look a certain way and why school boards have to do things a certain way. It's just disappointing that this is a really crucial time in Judson, and 100% of our efforts should be focused on students and staff. And we should not be up here playing politics and making chaos and discord. School board governance is probably the most important thing a school board does. And it has changed drastically in the last 15 years. There are all new governance principles. It used to be show up, go to the football game, vote 7-0. And there has been a resurgence the last 3-4 years. It's all in the Governance Core 2.0, right? Governance Core 1 didn't work, so now we're doing Governance Core 2.0. And that's what the new trustees who were just elected, we're all trained on this. And this is what we study in the Leadership TASB Master Trustee Program, which I spend my free time and my own personal funds for the travel to attend that in order to become better at board service and board governance. And being there with a cohort of mostly board presidents from across the state is amazing. Super excited. Last week I was selected. I'll be teaching the class over 300 newly elected trustees from the state of Texas on school board roles and responsibilities in school finance next summer at Fort Worth as part of my Master Trustee Leadership TASB. And so I hope I've always said since I got on this board, and I say it to my leadership TASB group, I hope that one day Judson will become an honor board, that we will stand on a stage at the TASA TASB conference and be an honor board and recognized through the state. And I do believe we can do that. But it's going to be a bumpy road because things change, right? It's just not the way we used to do old school board stuff. There's new rules now, new ways of doing things. And that's going to take everybody some time to adjust to. But I'm confident if we're all committed to, the governance principles, that we can get there, and that we can do that. And truly, a board president has no power. It's a lot of administrative duties. I sign a lot of stuff. Sometimes I don't even know what I'm signing. I try to know what I'm signing, but I take those administrative responsibilities. I'm lucky to have enough time to be able to do that. Anytime Betty calls, I run over and do what I have to do. And this is about making sure we govern Judson the right way and be able to get information and decisions to our staff as quickly as we can. So if it's the will of the board, I'm happy to continue serving as the president because I ran for this election for the students, staff, and community. And no matter what chair I sit in, that's what I'll fight for every day. All right.
I have rebuttal.
Oh, yes, go ahead. Mr. Macias?
So I had a Wagner teacher tell me the other day that morale is really low in the district. And she said that, isn't our board president supposed to be cheering us on, trying to motivate positive morale in the district? And I said, I would agree. And she said, I don't feel that. I don't feel that. It's everything she does tears us down. And people see that. So for the 100 that may have contacted you, Ms. Ryan, I can tell you more contacted me. And they let me know that this is important for us to do. That's why there was people here talking today, because it was important to them. And so I'm glad you're in Leadership TASB. I hope it makes you a better board member. But you've just began that program. So I will also say, too, that there's been growing frustration with the level of intensity in which you are engaged. We had a community member talk today about your presence at the Growth and Planning. That is an administration committee that does not require board input. And so you have constantly gone to those meetings putting board input out there. If anything, it's a meeting for us to observe. It's the administration's committee, not the boards. That's why I try not to go, because we're going to have our opportunity in the boardroom to talk about it. But the constant emails, I mean, you're right. People don't know. If they saw the amount of emails that you sent and the length that those emails were, they'd be like, what is going on? It's almost on the level of micromanagement. And the final straw last week, or the week before, is when we failed to support the CFO and go into an area that is just beyond what is our normal responsibility. I want to again reiterate, we have authority, and again, as a safeguard, but we weren't in the room interviewing the CFO. Administration was, and we have to trust. So I'm going to end it there. There is an appearance that you do not trust our administration, that you were, as Ms. Stanford said, behind poignant agenda items that brought the superintendent's evaluation to the agenda. Those are all part of the distrust that you're in that position right now, and why you probably aren't the most effective individual to be board president. You can't be a leader of this district and not trust your administration. That is clearly where you sit. And so at that point, I'm going to allow my colleagues to rebut, but I am ready to make my motion.
Any rebuttal? If not, we'll call for Mr. Macias's motion, if he has one. I don't see any other buttons, so go ahead, Mr. Macias.
So at this point, I want folks to know that I would not be a good board president right now. And it's just clear. You know, we have some growing between Ms. Ryan and I to go through. But I do feel like Ms. Stanford is the one that is a consensus builder.
I'm sorry, Mr. Macias, I don't mean to cut you off.
That's fine.
The motion
I
would have to
move
be
that
to
we
reorg or not, right?
We nominate
No,
Laura.
no, sir.
you would have to motion that we do a reorganization because this is not our normal time per our board governance. May is the normal time. So the procedure would be, first there would have to be a motion to reorganize the board out of cycle. And then if that passes, then we would solicit nominations. Sir.
Well, I would disagree. I would say the agenda item is written to discuss board reorganization, and in that discussion, I can nominate. But, you know, I'd rather
That's not the nomination
just,
process, sir.
I'd just rather cut to the chase. It's an extra vote, but that's fine.
Correct, sir.
Then I move that we reorganize the board.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Macias, a second by Ms. Canoyer. Any further discussion? If not, we will proceed to vote. Okay, you can proceed to vote. Okay, motion does not pass. Okay, then we move on to item number 9, discussing Robert's Rules and its application to managing board meetings. Mr. Macias, also your agenda item, so go ahead, sir.
Yes, a couple of board meetings ago, we had a very distasteful exchange, and I had asked to postpone, and in my history, I've always used postpone and table as one and the same. And in your management of the meeting, you did not permit for any discussion during the table. And in my long tenure as a board member, never had to get out of my seat. But I had a board member who was confused, who had questions about the table. And I think one of our guiding principles is to be transparent and have open dialogue about all of the issues. And your rigidness in which you managed that moment caused me to do something that I normally would never have done. So I want to say the Robert's Rules of Order is a guideline, not a rigid manner in which it's being exercised. And had you known at the time, and I had to do my research myself, so it's not just all on you. Yeah, postpone, which I called for first, would have permitted for us to have a discussion. That way we could be very clear. The last thing I ever want to see is a board member not having all the information they need to make a vote. And so, of course, then I'm demonized on Facebook by some folks. I mean, honestly, it was an attempt to help a colleague understand what the situation was. So in Robert's Rules, we have to know that they are guidelines. Our attorney even whispered in your ear, you can have discussion. But you ignored that legal advice that he gave you and stuck with, we can't discuss the table, because obviously we didn't discuss it. There's an email that was sent. I see you nodding your head. I don't know if you're saying that you didn't hear him, but our legal counsel did provide you guidance that you can have discussion. So I just want to be clear that Robert's Rules of Order is a guideline, but colleagues, we can suspend those rules if we need information to make a decision. And we do not have to adhere to strict guidelines that prohibit us from having open, transparent dialogue. And that is what was lacking. And again, had it been managed better, we wouldn't have been there. And so that's why I wanted to put that on the agenda, because obviously it caused some unorthodox behavior. So I certainly don't want to be there again, and I want my colleagues to know if there is a moment in time where we have to stop, we'll stop and explain what's happening. And in the future, I don't expect ever to get up, because now that I've read up on my postpone will always permit me the ability to stop and explain. And so we should be fine. But it was just unnecessary, and I wanted to make sure that, we are not mandated. I know the State Board of Education is, but we're not the State Board of Education. So we have guidelines to follow and not adhere to. That's it.
You can I jump in real quick? I want to jump in real quick. Yes. No, I think Mr. Macias, I, and the attorney all learned about tables and postpones after that meeting, right? It wasn't on the sheet, and even our attorney had to go look up and figure out what the differences were. I think the only thing a lot of the public doesn't know is, yes, the board as a collective has certain powers, but the board president has very few. So like our board policy letter, the word is shall, which in legal terms is must. I must observe Robert's rules. And I, as an individual, don't have the authority to suspend the rules on my own. I just don't. If someone makes a motion to suspend the rules and we have no rules, that's allowed. But the president has to follow the guidelines that are in the policy. They can't just go rogue and go do whatever they kind of want to do. So at the time, everyone was very confused on postpone. The motion was switched to table, and table, I don't have the authority to allow a discussion on type thing. So, but we're all working on getting better on all of that. But that's where, once we get more used to Robert's rules and start doing governance, and those are some of the things you have to do to get to be an honor board, right? Is follow all the rules and all the processes and procedures. I know some people have been watching some YouTube videos on Robert's rules and learning some new things, and I'm always learning new things too. So I hope we continue to share that with each other, some of the new things we've learned, so we can all get a little bit better at the process and use it effectively, right? Like Robert's rules don't weaponize Robert's rules, essentially, right? It's not meant to confuse people. It's not meant to, hope people push the wrong buttons, right? Let's use Robert's rules for effective governance that helps get the work of this board done. And that's what school boards are about, is focus on the work. Like there is nothing else. That we come in, we do all the work we need to for our kids and staff, and then we high five and we go home. So yeah, I'm glad I learned something new. So go ahead, Ms. Moteet.
Actually, you kind of already touched on it. I just wanted to point out that the only way we can suspend Robert's rules is if somebody makes a motion to suspend Robert's rules, and in that case, you can't just take the onus on yourself. None of us on the board can, to say, well, we're just going to take a little break right now. It has to go, it's a whole procedural thing. So I just wanted to point that out, and I know Ms. Ryan did just kind of point that out as well.
Go ahead, Ms. Canoyer.
I don't ever want a procedural rule to interfere with a trustee's ability to understand what the motion is asking for. And so I just want to make sure that we are not heavy-handed and shutting down genuine confusion or lack of clarity for a trustee. And that's what happened. And so I really want us to be super careful, and all of us to be of the persuasion that no matter what the thing is, you raise your hand and you say, I don't understand, I need clarification. And every board member needs to be loud and proud about saying that. And so that's what happened that night, is that got shut down, and I think the board member did not feel comfortable trying to continue asking what was going on, and then craziness happened. So I really caution you to be extremely careful about bringing that hammer down if there seems to have been concern and question.
No, absolutely. Procedural questions are always allowed and always should be directed to the president to try to clarify what the motion was, what exactly we're voting on. Those are always allowed.
But you kept yelling and banging the hammer and saying no discussion.
Mr. Macias went over to her ear and told her how to vote. It was not a clarification. He said vote X. So that is not allowed because that is not captured on the audio of our recordings. And that's a problem because then me as the president, I get in trouble because all of a sudden we don't have our thing recorded properly. So again, that's procedural questions get directed to the president, and we will work better and not having confusion so that we do pause for public clarification of what the procedural thing, but just not turn it into a discussion when things aren't allowed. So Ms. Jones, I think you had your button next.
Yes, I don't want to jump on Ms. Lee sharing anything that would make her uncomfortable. She was confused, but it was not I'm coming over to help unconfuse you. It was vote yes to table this. That's all I want to say. I did hear it. That's not what happened. It was not, let me explain to you what's going on so we can clear this up. This has absolutely gotten to the point of being ridiculous, and I'm tired of hearing it, and I feel people need to know what was really said, because it wasn't trying to help her understand what was going on. It was saying how to vote at a time out of what I feel frustration on Mr. Macias's part of that conversation, and that's what happened.
Ms. Lee, you're next.
Okay, as you guys may know, I'm not really a big fan of a speaker. I usually write my thoughts and emotions and everything. So, yes, I am new. I am learning, and it's just so I am just frustrated, and like people out there don't give us a little grace. They label me. I'm pretty sure they're gonna label me right now for voting, for the board reorganization. I'm Monica's minion or Jose's puppet. I'm so tired of it. I'm always like in the middle. Even the administration can attest to this, that I work both sides. And every time like there's something in here, I don't ask anyone anymore. I ask straight to the admin if I'm confused, because I want to learn. I want to know and justify my vote when I click the yes or no. So it's already clear that I'm voting for no for the CFO, because I'm not really just comfortable about the recommendation. So when it comes like back and forth about amendments and whatever needs to discuss or vote, I always get confused, and I want to make sure that I'm voting it right, because I already regret on one meeting that I'm supposed to be voting yes, but I did vote no because of the confusion of back and forth, as you guys can see here at the dais. So on that day, yes, there is the Wagner home game supposed to be that night. I was so excited because I thought, oh, it's just a grievance meeting. We're going to be out here. I can catch the game. I have a senior that was supposed to be his last walk on the field. I'm a full-time mom before, and I don't miss anything, on any memories that I would, take with my kids. I miss it that night. I was here on the board. And after that, when I went home, I just break down and cry because of frustration that I was really uncomfortable about, about a board member whispering in my ear. I don't like it. I don't want him on my space. I didn't ask him to be on my space, but he did tell me how to vote on the confusion. So that's why maybe people see why Ms. Jones raised her voice, because that's the time like, okay, you're not explaining that confusion, but you're telling me what to vote. I'm tired of it, like dictating me what to vote. No, I am both sides. I'm gonna be agreeing with some of them and not, but I've worked both sides, and you know what? I vote for not to reorganize because I believe that we have to focus on the kids, and I believe that Ms. Ryan is bringing, I want to give her a chance. Most of the board here, Mr. Macias and Ms. Canoyer have been a board president. I want to see and work with Ms. Ryan on what she can bring on the table. And I also want to be the voice of my community, in which I hope that everyone, who vote for us, it means that the community wants a change. Yes, we are just a full-time moms, but we give our time to this, to Judson, to this community for our personal time, because that's the thing. I become a board member, I campaigned for me to be a board member because I'm one of the frustrated mom. I want to change because it's been, what happening on my kids' school. And of course I want Judson to succeed. I want the administration to succeed because my kids go to this school. If they fail my kids. So I fail them too because now I'm a part of the board that everything I vote for affects them. And not only my kids, but the whole kids in the community. So now I was just really hoping to unite the administration and the board and the community as a whole. Because right now, there's just this Team A and Team B. Please focus on the kids. Give us some little grace. That's all I ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Ms. Stanford, I think, yep.
I just actually wanted Mr. Macias to clarify.
I'm waiting to rebut. Yeah, as soon as you say your comments, I have something to say.
Okay. I was surprised.
Are you finished with your comments? Because I'm ready.
If you have, I'll.
Okay. So I'd like to respond. That is exactly what Ms. Jones and Ms. Lee just said. I have never told a board member how to vote, ever. And so, Ms. Ryan, was that funny? Again, another example of how wonderful you are as a board president. So again, I have never, ever said how to vote. So if Ms. Ryan would have allowed for discussion, I could have clarified what I was trying to do. If there was confusion in what I said to you, I apologize. In fact, I also apologize for ever being in your space. That won't happen again. It was not intentional to just be in your space. It was intended to help you understand what's happening. So if you misunderstood me, again, another injustice for why we should have had that discussion in open session, because it would have been real clear about why I was trying to table or postpone. But, you know, that's where misunderstanding comes. I'm going to put it right back on Ms. Ryan's shoulders. She managed that ineffectively, and she tried to control the meeting at that point so that we wouldn't have discussion about it. At the end, the guiding principle must be transparency. And then secondly, people talk about we're not here or we shouldn't be talking about reorganization or any of these things because we should be here for the kids. That's a cop-out. Because if we have an ineffective leader at president, then we're focusing on this, and we're not focusing on the kids. So why we have to talk about it? Because it's part of the team dynamic. And I'd like to have very open, transparent discussion with my community. I want them to know what's happening. And for those that say that you're my puppet, I will tell them all day long, you are not, Ms. Lee. You do not do what I tell you to do. And that's what is so ugly. Because people will say, just because Leslie Lee voted with me, that she's all, it's not that way. But, people attack and they say crazy things on social media because they're trying to manipulate things. All I can say is we all have to be leaders, and I still really question that if we move forward, that we're going to be all great. I'm really skeptical about that based on the board leadership right now. So next time, Ms. Ryan, we won't have a next time. We are going to discuss it. I will postpone, and I can't have dialogue. So we should never be at that point of confusion again.
Okay. I don't see any other buttons, and we don't have any action on this item. So, Miss Jones. Oh, it'll be Miss Jones and/or Miss Poteet on board roles and responsibilities and good governance. I'm talking as slow as I can until you get to your seat. So, did you want to lead that one off, Miss Jones?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
So I just wanted to bring this back. We discussed this in closed session a lot, and as a lot of people have heard, it goes south really quick. So I wanted to do it in public so everybody can hear kind of what we discuss and know the process, so when tomorrow comes around and we have a great video op time, you'll kind of see what we're talking about. In our good governance handbook, it does say that It's destructive to use social media to vent about a contentious decision. Now, we have discussed this before about the way we hold ourselves accountable. Yes, we do have the right to freedom of speech, but we are elected to this position, and so we do need to hold ourselves to a higher standard. Just because you can post it doesn't mean you should. Just because you can say it doesn't mean you should. I would just like all of my colleagues to truly look at what they're posting on social media and honestly think, is this going to be for the good of the community, or is this going to start a firestorm? Because you know what you're posting. Everybody does. We've all done it when we're mad. We post something and you know how to say it so people can insinuate and figure out what you're trying to say without actually saying it, or you can just come out and say it as some posts. It's very upsetting, like Ms. Lee said, when we're up here trying our hardest, researching all of this, making the votes that we feel are right for the kids and staff of the district, then to it continually be brought up against us that it's not the right decision. It does say you can discuss your vote and explain why you voted the way, as long as you're not doing harm to the others and how they voted. And you're supposed to respect how the board voted as a whole. Us continually bringing up the CFO issue is just one example of how this is harming. It's done, it's over. Administration went back and they're looking for a new candidate. I just really want us to be very careful with what we say, because everybody is watching and they're all looking, and it's that one thing that one person needs to start something, and we just don't have to post it. Everybody knows where everybody stands. We all know that we're all here wanting to do good. We don't have to make posts or videos to social media to try to rile up people or get comments. It's not a popularity contest. We need to stop pitting the sides against each other. There is not any sides. The votes are all over the place, and it's going to continue to probably be like that due to the items we have coming up. But I just really hope that just because you can post it doesn't mean you have to. And I just want everybody to honestly look at themselves and try to hold themselves to a higher standard so we can try to get to a better place amongst all of us and hopefully get that community trust back, because that's why we're here, and we wouldn't have been here without their votes. So I just wanted everybody to hear kind of what we have discussed in closed session. It was a little different, but that's the gist of it. And I just wanted to share that so everybody knows going forward, we've had this in open, and hopefully we can all conduct ourselves better on social media for the good of the district.
Mrs. Potteet.
So just kind of following up to what Stephanie said, my point in bringing this up is this is something that I probably will be bringing back on a further agenda item so that we can actually take action on it. Obviously, there were board members that acted inappropriately at some of our previous meetings, and what I would like to do is possibly get something in our board governance or something that states that if somebody does get up from their seat and invade somebody's space, that they should be removed by the president, by the officer, out of the room, because that is wholly inappropriate. We are all here volunteering our time, taking time away from our kids, missing important events, like Ms. Lee said, to be here to help the kids of the district. And we all deserve a space where we feel safe to speak, and a space where we feel safe where people are not going to be invading our area. So again, that's what I wanted to bring up with this, is I'd like to bring that as an agenda item later. But I did want to get that out in the open now, just to let everybody know that it's not appropriate to go into somebody's space. It's an intimidation tactic, and it's just downright disrespectful to the people that you are calling your colleagues.
Mr. Macias, go ahead.
I guess, I just feel such irony here. Ms. Ryan was notorious for posts just last year that were very inflammatory and were consistently manipulative and half-true. And so I've always maintained that as an elected official, I have the right to freedom of speech and that I can say what I feel and see because I have a responsibility to inform my community. There was a post that Ms. Ryan put out there last year, too, that if people are uncomfortable with it, then, you know, that's just the way things are. You have to be comfortable with how you vote and how you represent yourself. And that's something I can believe in. I mean, not everything's going to make you comfortable up here. We have decisions to make, and they're hard. But I do have a right to convey and will continue to convey my feelings and thoughts as the District 4 representative for Judson ISD. And you can't have the argument that it's inappropriate and then I'm new and I'm learning. You're one or the other. And right now, the CFO thing was micromanagement. And I will say that loud as I possibly can because some of the folks on this board don't understand that yet. So I have every right to say that, and if you truly respect differing opinion, you will not criticize me for my belief. That's what I believe, and you're not going to change that mindset. So I just want to also reiterate that I respect people's space. The intent of talking to Ms. Lee was not to be inappropriate, but was to help. And if I could do it back, I would have said something different to allow me to speak. And I'd go right back to Ms. Monica Ryan, not allowing me to clarify why I was trying to table. And we could have. And if it would have been managed better by our board president, we would not have been here. So again, I just want to make sure it's really clear. I really was trying to help a board member that did not understand what the motion was for.
Ms. Stanford, I think you're next.
Well, I do have a recommendation to make, but I have to ask you, Ms. Ryan, does this feel like deja vu talking about Facebook posts? You remember how many times we've done that?
Oh, no, I know. I think the difference, the nuance I think they're trying to get to is posting factual public data with a link to a TEA website is which is what I did, is completely different than what's been going on the last couple months with no data. And yeah, so I'd definitely, if you compare the posts, not the same thing.
Yeah, remember we went through months of board objections to posts that were like partially true, not fully true, months and months and months. So this is rich deja vu. But I do have a recommendation. I called TASB and asked if they had trainers available because Ms. Lee and I attended a 1-hour session at the MASPA from a TASB trainer on governance. Really, really enjoyed him, but 1 hour just wasn't enough. We really wished it had been longer. And I actually reached out to him. And TASB has availability at the end of the month and even next month, because I know we have a lot going on. But I think it's important that we get some good governance training. And I want to recommend and have the board consider trying to get that on board as soon as we could.
I actually agree. Actually, at Leadership TASB last week, Dr. Long and Dr. Tiarina actually brought up the same thing and made the same offer and thought TASB coming. You remember Dr. Long from
I'm not sure, remember. I get him confused.
Okay, super tall dude, big dude, football playing dude, from I have to show you a picture. You'll recognize him
Cute.
too. Yeah, good looking. Oh, don't show that video. No, not bad looking. Yes, that he did our new trustee institute, and he is still doing new trustee institute, and everybody seems to love Dr. Long. So yes, no, let's follow up with who you talked to and who I talked to.
And then they'll give us a scholarship on the pricing, so
Okay.
we should be able to get 6 hours worth really inexpensive.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, TASB is much cheaper than anybody else you can get to do those types of things.
I really enjoyed this particular trainer, and I'd love to get him, actually, wouldn't you? Love to get that same guy, David. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll work on who's available and all that stuff, but
Okay.
I definitely, I love that idea.
Have a call into that guy. He's going to be back at the end of November, and I'll try to reach him again and put you in touch.
Okay, so yeah, let's link up after Thanksgiving break. Thanks, Laura. All right, anybody else I missed out on? Gone. Okay, so, all right, let's do updates on training, conferences, events, board committee updates, and board norms. Let's see, which way did I start last time? We'll start down this way with Mr. Macias.
I have no comment.
Ms. Jones.
Trying to remember what all we have done here.
It's all a blur.
We did the dog tags, dinner, and football game. And I just wanted to give a shout out to the athletic department. That was an amazing event that they put on. It was wonderful to see all the veterans. And I've actually heard from several of the football players that they're still talking to their veterans and having that connection with them. So I think that's awesome for our players to have. Did that. Oh, and we went and saw the I Play Soccer kids 2 weeks ago on Saturday. That was awesome to see. We had several teams make it almost to, well, they made it to the championship in the play division, I think. Fun play, something. But that was great to see them all working out and all those coaches there on Saturday, given their time. I just wanted to take a moment to truly say thank you to all of our staff, our parents, and our students with Thanksgiving coming up next week. I just want you to know that I do truly appreciate everything that each and one of you do for the district. And I hope that you have many blessings coming up next week for Thanksgiving and that we're able to get back, get to work, and hopefully get this moving and stop with some of the arguments back and forth for the better of the district.
Thank you.
All right, Mrs. Lee.
Okay, I'm gonna give a special shout out. You guys know I'm a band mom, so you both see the recognition earlier. So I went to the for the region band at Metzger because 18 of those students got in, so they'll be able to play and watch them. And just watching them, I still can't believe that they're middle schoolers. They sounded like, I don't know, professional to me. I might be biased, but yeah. And then, of course, the recent one was just the Wagner Jazz, where I saw perform all the top chairs that they had. First was that Josh was amazing, and of course Fabian as well. And of course, my son, he got in as band too, but he did perform as well. I did enjoy that. And then we, well, I know Dr. Fields was there too at the Escondido Veterans Program, so it was so nice to be back home on that one. And then the Crestview Arbor Day as well, when a lot of board members attended it too. It was so cute to see all those little kids. And then my last one was the band extravaganza, where my youngest daughter, middle school, and my senior played for the last time, and it was wonderful. All our bands, are all amazing and did great for all their competitions. And I just want to give I just want to say thank you to all the community, the whole district, the staff, the teachers, everyone of each campuses for all you do, and hope you have a wonderful Thanksgiving break. I know we all need that, so yes, thanks. That's it.
All right, Ms. Godoyer.
Thank you. I feel really lucky to have attended the Veterans Memorial High School Mariachi and Orchestra concert. And that's very special to me because the new director for Mariachi and Orchestra at Veterans Memorial High School was the elementary music teacher at Eloff for many years when I was there. So having him come back to Judson was amazing. I attended the Judson Education Foundation top donor reception that was held to recognize those of our community partners and business partners who have done the most to support the foundation in their giving. And we have the, grants being awarded coming up soon for teacher grants. I attended Veterans Day programs at both Veterans Memorial High School and at Olympia Elementary. And then tomorrow night, I'm going back to Veterans Memorial High School. And yes, I do a lot there, but it's my school, my district. They have a performance of Little Shop of Horrors. So if you're interested in a musical, great opportunity tomorrow night and Saturday. If you go to their Facebook page, you'll see that information too. And if you want to know times, I can let you know. Yeah. Just shoot me a text or whatever. But that should be a lot of fun. I too give thanks for this district, for the people in it, and for allowing me to be in service to the students and staff and community for more than 30 years. Judson is my home. I got here as quick as I could. And I appreciate everything that every single person does for our district, for our kids. What we do is important work. What you do is important work. Students, what you do is important. We want the best outcomes for you. And I'm very grateful that we have the opportunity to provide those.
All right, Ms. Stanford.
Yep, I'm just going to pick two of the things I did. I went to the Crestview Arbor Day and got to hear Ms. Poteet speak, and the kids perform. And they were fantastic. And it's that, and I also went to Veterans Day at France. And at both schools, you could tell the camaraderie and the excitement and the wonderful job the teachers do to get those kids together and to see the patriotic message. The kids were singing patriotic songs, waving flags, and it was so heartwarming. Saying things, I love America, that was really heartwarming. So I love what you guys do. The Crestview group and the mayor, Dennis, attended both of those as well, and so did Dr. Fields. So it was a wonderful experience. I too am grateful for the teachers we have, the staff we have. I'm grateful for our district, and we might be going through a hard time right now, but I'm going to be going through a Thanksgiving period of time for thanking God for what we have in each other and in a wonderful district that I know we're going to shine in the near future. I believe that. Happy Thanksgiving.
Mrs. Poteet.
So this past month, I attended a few of the elementary school, fall festivals. I obviously went to the Crestview Fall Festival because I'm on their PTO and my kids go there, so I was obviously had to support. I also got to take my kids to the Millers Point Fall Festival, and then immediately after that, we drove up to Wortham Oaks. And once we got to Wortham Oaks, we discovered that Cibolo Creek was also having a fall festival that we did not know was happening. So we walked up to Cibolo Creek and had sausage made by, remind me of?
Mr. Barclay.
Mr. Barclay, which was amazing, and I would like to thank him. He is great, and if he ever wants to cook for me again, I would be readily available to sample whatever he has, because it was brilliant. It was just amazing. I got to see a bunch of kids running around playing. I almost dunked the Wortham Oaks principal.
We were that close.
It hit the button. It just didn't hit it hard enough. I was so close. I also attended the Arbor Day because, again, Crestview I have to represent. That is my home school. got to see the little kids perform. We did have our after-school program do a little dance, and there was just some incredible sass that was there that you just love to see. After that, I also did the Veterans Day at Crestview, just as a volunteer. I got to serve the veterans that came to be honored in our cafeteria, gave them some bagels, coffee, juice, just whatever we could do just to show them that we absolutely care and we had them in our minds. I'm also thankful that I'm here in this district. I'm not from here. I'm from Dallas, Fort Worth. But once coming here, I can't imagine being anywhere else. I'm thankful that I found this community. I'm thankful that I found Crestview, which was the main draw for me to come in this area and move into Universal City, was specifically that Judson school. So I am thankful that I'm here, and I'm thankful that you guys voted me in and are allowing me to work for your kids, because I truly do believe that we are going to get better. It is going to be difficult. It's going to be tough. But seeing that enthusiasm from Dr. Saunders and Dr. Duhart-Toppin, it's put a bright spot in my day. We have a lot of difficult times ahead of us, and so I'm looking forward to seeing more bright spots from you, from our students, from our teachers. This is what's keeping me going. This is what's having me come in to all of these meetings and sacrifice all this time. So again, just thankful for everything you guys do, and I hope you have a wonderful holiday.
That's why I love going last. So I went to a bunch of all the stuff they went to. And it's great because I see different board members at each thing. So it's nice to see my colleagues in between these board meetings in a much more jovial, celebrating kids, celebrating staff is much more fun, than board meetings. I'm going to take a moment to highlight my Leadership TASB trip last week. Because we're supposed to celebrate, the work and celebrate the kids. And it was the Rio Grande Valley experience, they call it, right? So we get down to the valley, and we were able to visit 2 school districts down there, and just tremendous experience. A small district like Lyford Consolidated ISD, which, by the way, is the home of patriotism. They literally were the first Texas high school to put a flag in their end zone. Nobody had ever done it before. They didn't even know how to do it, type thing. It's Veterans Day all day, every day at that school. And literally their school board is writing patriotism into their curriculum. That's how they're changing and making it, because things have to live beyond us as board members, right? Like, all we have is policy that can live, on once we're not here anymore. So that's how they're kind of leaving their mark, is really just teaching patriotism. But as a small districts have a hard time sometimes with CTE programs and CCMR, and they had worked so hard to meet the needs of their students with their economic and their surrounding districts, and they had kids going off to firefighter on buses to other school districts to do CTE and got up to 95%. And we listened to 20 different kids talk about their CTE programs, and absolutely inspirational, because that's not always available in smaller districts, right? And then we went to Brownsville ISD, which Dr. Chavez, their superintendent, and then their board, absolutely phenomenal. They are an early college district. They have an early college pathway at all 6 of their high schools, and they're going to have over 400 students graduate with associate's degrees this year. And that is a district that is 90% economically disadvantaged. So what they are able to give to their kids before they walk out the high school doors. And they're able to do that, and they were still in automotive club or automotive CTE, and they were doing that, and they were also cheerleaders, and they were doing that, and they were in ROTC. So how they have integrated the early college pathway into their 6 high schools, and how their numbers are astronomically high, really, I think, looking forward to talking to them more about how they did it. But then also to one of their middle schools has an all-girl race car team, 3rd place at Talladega in the nation. They have teachers down at their elementaries that are running 5 or 6 chess clubs and esports and all of that. And seeing those, how much time the staff is giving outside the contract hours was inspiring to see them, and then refreshing to remind me
how many people we have all over our district doing that too. And I'm like, hold on, I want them to come here. I want to go show off my people. I got people doing garden club, and we got cooking club, and we got all these cool things that we're doing for kids. So outside, what you do during your contract hours, we are so thankful for. But there are so many people giving time outside their contract hours to provide truly a home for our kids and be everything that they can for their kids. So I'm super grateful, and I know the discussion for a lot of us is, I'm tired, the board's tired, Dr. Fields is tired, the cabinet's tired, right? The teachers are tired, everybody's tired right now. So, and none of us are the best versions of ourselves when we're tired, right? So use this Thanksgiving break to recharge, because our kids need all of us from the top to the bottom, right? All of us back here, back at 100%. Not tired, and giving them everything we have, because those are 3 very precious weeks before we head out on holiday break. So thank you to everything that everybody does throughout this entire district, and we're gonna get through this. So just have a little faith, have a little grace, and let's pull together as a team. So, all right.
I'd like to comment.
Oh, go ahead, sir.
So I just want to say that honored to have the city of Kirby here. So we have the mayor and the city councilwoman here. So thank you, welcome. Thank you for being here. And also I just want to echo, give the superintendent some time off, Ms. Ryan. Don't be emailing him on Sundays. So he needs some time off too. Thank you.
Can I say a few things?
Go ahead, sir.
On behalf of the cabinet, administration, everybody in the district, I want to say, please, get some rest this Thanksgiving. Try to disconnect. Stay off of Facebook. Not read any posts. We promise not to send out any emails. We appreciate. I know that was a real long list of things happening in other districts. It's not lost on us, the things that are happening in Judson. And one of the things that I learned growing up here is perseverance in seeing it through. And regardless of what you see up here sometimes, I truly believe that the people up here are trying to do what's best for our students. What we have to do is find a way to come together. But I would say to the board, people are watching us. The administration is going back talking to students, and they look to us to show them how to get through tough times and hard conversations. And we have to be able to do that in a way where we leave each other with dignity and we can move forward, not just mudslinging. And that's what this district needs right now, because the kids, teachers, the cabinet, me, we're all going to follow the lead of what we see up here on the dais. Give us something to follow, please. Happy Thanksgiving.
Hold on, I'm gonna pause. No, you can give claps. I'll give you a moment. Okay, there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned at 9:13 p.m.